Chapter 670. A bare-chested man with a scarf wrapped around his head and a cloth belt around his waist was sitting in mid-air in Khaled's mind. The unlucky Khaled was lying face down on the ground. Mysterious words kept coming out of the man's mouth, and the spiritual world that was supposed to be high-rise buildings was being transformed into desert oases and pyramids by him. Thea knew at a glance that it was Nabu, and he had also noticed her. His strength was not bad, but he was not a god. He was just a powerful mage who had lost his body. He might have been a peak demigod when he was alive, but now he did not even have a third of his strength. However, Thea did not hit him right away. She was a righteous person, so she had to say a few words first to ensure that she was standing on the moral high ground. You should be a part of Nabu's consciousness. Why do you want to take over this human's body? Thea could see that this guy was not simply taking over the body, mainly because Nabu was dead, and his main consciousness had disappeared. The guy in front of her could at most be called a remnant consciousness, and he was using the remnant magic to carry out a spiritual transformation ritual. Transforming the body to adapt to Nabu's magic, the person after the ritual would be considered to have taken over Nabu's remnant Khaled. This is Nabu's last wish. This world needs his power, and as long as I complete the transformation, this human will obtain unimaginable magic. The other party had a good temper, but of course, it was also possible that he felt that he could not beat Thea, so he told her his purpose without hiding anything. Seeing that they could communicate, Thea did not want to use force, but this person's ritual was too overbearing, and he did not even ask for her opinion, forcing her on the horse. She had to be willing, even if she was unwilling. Does this Khaled know what you think? Is he willing to fight for this world? Have you considered this question? Looking at Nabu's confused face, Thea knew that he had not considered it. Perhaps in the eyes of these ancient people, there was no doubt about it. Contributing to the world, dying in battle for humanity was probably a matter of course. Some radical people at first claimed that they were the descendant of some god, and in the end, they believed it. It was all because of this kind of thinking. It was definitely a good thing for modern people to be knowledgeable, but there were too few who were brave enough to contribute and take responsibility. There was no need to mention the sense of reverence. He respected his leader because of his job. Once there were no benefits involved, the leader was nothing. The lack of reverence was probably one of the reasons why the gods of faith were on their way to the end. Now, this Neb was taking things for granted. He was using the same method he used on the ancient people to convert modern people and forcefully change Khaled's mental world. Thea felt that when he was done, this brother would not be far from turning evil. I know you're not a bad person, and you don't want to do bad things. But if you continue, are you sure it won't backfire? Let me talk to Khaled and have him cooperate with you and accept your power. What do you think? After Thea finished speaking, she used her divination to extract a few fragments from the possible future. There were a total of 10 images, and in each image, Khaled was wearing a Nabu helmet. However, the results were not optimistic. 4 out of the 10 futures ended up walking down the path of the antagonist. Perhaps it was because they didn't approve of the future's transformation, or perhaps it was because of the evil corruption that followed, but all of them fell. The power that should have been used to save the world was taken to the extreme. All right, I'll follow your orders, respected goddess. Neb's mental power retreated. Thea pulled the unconscious Khaled up. This guy was really unlucky. A quarter of the transformation. She had no good way to deal with this irreversible process. She could only wake him up first. She reached out and touched Khaled's forehead, reconnecting his consciousness and body that was cut off. Ah! Suddenly returning to his body, Khaled felt dizzy and fell off the sofa with a plop. The hawk girl hurriedly helped him up. After a long time, Khaled, who was breathing heavily, finally saw his anxious lover. All the muscles in his body were trembling. It took him a lot of effort to sit back on the sofa. Mr. Khaled, I don't have any conflicts with your world. As a middleman, I talked to Neb in your body. He's not a bad person, but his methods are simple and crude. He thinks highly of you and thinks that you're qualified to receive Neb's magic. With this magic, you can help this world. Thea said indifferently. But looking at Khaled's expression, she knew that he didn't take her words seriously. I don't know you, stranger. I won't accept anything from Nebraska. That thing wants to eat me. Do you know that? He wants to eat me. Khalid, who was a little agitated, yelled at Thea. The young lady was a little speechless. This Neb really didn't know how to do things. He forced a deal the moment he came up, and forcefully turned a good thing into a bad thing. Now they were enemies. But it wasn't her habit to let others spit on her. She didn't spoil him at all. She silently cast a spell to freeze Khalid, who was waving his hands to argue with her. This guy was an idiot. When others tried to stop a fight, he actually wanted to beat them up. She couldn't talk nicely to him. She had to use force. Suddenly, Khalid, who had lost all his senses, didn't know what happened. He tried to move his hands and feet, but no matter how hard his brain ordered, no matter how hard he tried, the muscles in his body seemed to be dead. He couldn't even move his head. He wanted to call his lover for help, but he saw that the eagle girl was looking at him with concern. She didn't notice his abnormality. Come help me. Come help me. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shout. The eagle girl's expression didn't change at all. It was as if time had stopped. Khalid looked up at the clock on the wall. He stared at the second hand without blinking. His eyes were sore. The second hand didn't show any signs of moving. What's going on? Time seemed to be. The young lady clapped her hands lightly. Mr. Khalid, no wonder Neb chose you. You have the potential to become a mage. Your observation, reasoning, and analysis skills are excellent. Only then did Khalid, who still couldn't speak, notice that there was a moving object in the room. He automatically filtered out Thea's praise, and his eyes revealed a trace of fear towards the unknown. Thea snapped her fingers, and he regained his mobility. He rubbed his stiff limbs and looked at the eagle girl and old Robert, who were still standing still. Even if he was stupid, he knew where the problem was. You. What do you want? His voice was a little hoarse. He didn't understand. Wasn't the person the eagle girl brought back a friend? Thea was even more helpless than him. This guy was too cautious. What do you have that I covet? Chapter 671. I promised Neb that I would persuade you, but I didn't expect you to react so violently, so I had to use this method to help you calm down. I'm not a bad person, and neither is Nebraska. Thea spread her hands to show her innocence. I'm not violent, you guys forced me to do this. Khalid couldn't say anything no matter how dissatisfied he was. He could only say that his emotions had calmed down. Could you stop this supernatural power? The flow of time around them returned to normal, as if the world was filled with color again. Khalid was relieved. Looking at the smiling Thea, he didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. She straightened her expression and tried to appear more serious. The wasteland wolf is tormenting this universe. Due to certain rules, I can only deal with the wasteland wolf. You guys have to deal with the earth villains around him. You can ask the old man beside me about this. After saying that, she pointed at old Robert. Old Robert nodded immediately, indicating that this was true. I know you're not satisfied with Neb's way of doing things, and you even have some bad thoughts, but I want to say that if you can stay true to yourself, even if Neb is an evil god, you should have the confidence to use this power in the right way. Her words were resolute and in line with mainstream values. Khalid's expression improved a little. I'm not from this world. I'm just a passerby here. In the future, this universe and this earth need the power to protect it. Mr. Khalid, the opportunity is right in front of you. You shouldn't hesitate, whether it's for Earth or your lover. After saying that, Thea pointed at the hawk girl. Although there was no hawk man in this world, as the hawk girl's spouse, Khalid was also quite stubborn. She had to break down the logic. As she expected, when she mentioned his wife, Khalid's spirit finally recovered. However, he still hadn't made up his mind. Thea also forgot who advised him in the original timeline. She could only wait for him to make a decision. The hawk girl began to comfort him. She kept saying that she wouldn't blame him no matter what he chose and that she would support him no matter what. Old Robert's attention was on the crossbow in the room, and he excitedly gestured. Thea casually flipped through the books in the house, but after a while, she lost interest. The legends of the two worlds were different, and there were not many things that could be used as reference. As she watched, she realized that she was getting sleepy. In the past, she would have gotten off work and gone home to spar with the Valkyrie. Now was not the right time. He was so busy that not even a day had passed yet. In the morning, he came out to look for Barry. After that, he fought against the Great Plains wolf. After that, the acid cloud flattened Star City. After that, he was scared to death by the Spectre boss. In the end, he even had to train those heroes personally. He even helped them make a ring. Now, he even had to mediate their conflict. There were so many things to do today that just thinking about it made him feel extremely vexed. The young lady covered her mouth with her hand and yawned beautifully. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Khalid finally made up his mind. I want to inherit Neb's helmet. This is my destiny. You're not asleep, are you? Khalid almost burst into tears. I made such a big life decision at such a crucial moment. Did you hear me? Sia was a deity. She regained her composure in less than a tenth of a second. She smiled as if nothing had happened, indicating that she had been very clear-headed the whole time. She had relied on her adamantine drill and the lightning-speed electric drill to pierce through her skin. Khalid still did not dare to argue with her. I abandoned the helmet. I don't know where it went. It's okay. The helmet is just a manifestation. It represents Neb's spirit. Now that Neb is still in your body, it means that the helmet is not lost. Thea was actually very sleepy. She forced herself to stay awake and explained to him. No matter what, she had to get some benefits from Nebraska, otherwise, it would be a waste of her effort. Is that so? Khalid's face was full of question marks. Thea wanted to go back and rest. It would be best to solve the current problem quickly. She reached out her spiritual power and negotiated with Neb in his body briefly before retreating. Mr. Khalid, the helmet has returned to Neb's resting place. You have to be firm in your belief to obtain all of Neb's power. Neb's things are all stored in a subspace. Let me bring you there. After the young lady finished speaking, she did not ask for their opinion and teleported the three of them over in a sky-blue ripple. The sky was gray and the ground was stiff. The surroundings were either strange rocks that looked like beasts or withered old trees that could make children cry. The air was faintly discernible and there were howls of agony. The few of them looked at their surroundings. Even Thea could not help but focus her attention. The intensity of the negative energy here was beyond her imagination. Did Neb lie to her? Was he actually a necromancer? In this place, if 100 corpses were buried, 70 to 80 skeleton soldiers would stand up the next day. The negative energy here was too strong. However, she quickly gave up on the idea. Not far from her line of sight, there was a tall tower that reached the sky. That was the only light in this world. It was the wizard tower that Neb had described. The Tower of Destiny. The tower was surrounded by a dense power of order. Using the wizard tower to suppress this space? Was there something extremely evil buried in this subspace? She pointed at the tower in the distance and gestured for them to follow. Halfway through, Khalid suddenly fell to the ground, causing the young lady to be shocked. His face was covered in dirt from the fall, and he got up. Ignoring his sorry state, he shouted loudly, "The enemy of the sorcerers, the 1,000-year fate, the red apocalypse is coming." Thea was stunned by his words. This guy seemed to have some kind of prophecy ability. A quarter of the modifications made him even more paranoid. However, an enemy that he thought was unstoppable was not necessary in the eyes of the young lady. However, after the incident with the spirits, Thea was much more cautious. Her 5 fingers that were as white as jade moved quickly and casually. A mysterious and indescribable magic circle was spread out. This subspace and the outside world were originally one, but it was later separated by people. All kinds of laws were applied. Thea consecutively arranged 3 protective magic circles and 2 spatial magic circles. This time, even the spirits would not be able to teleport her silently. These magic circles could at least buy her a few seconds. She was confident. After waiting for a few minutes, she was a little confused. There was no warning in her mind. Then, there were only 2 possibilities. The enemy was far stronger than her, or the enemy was far weaker than her. This was very awkward. The young lady felt that she was most likely a frightened bird. How could there be so many people in the multiverse who were stronger than her, and who had nothing better to do than to stare at Earth 2 every day? Divination could not predict her future, especially when she was a powerful god. She was in a dilemma and could only wait. Chapter 672. First, it was Khaled's warning, and then it was Sia's formation, as if she was facing a great enemy. The remaining old Luo and Hawk Girl were influenced by the 2 of them. They each took out their weapons and were carefully on guard. Just when Thea was tired from waiting, a blood-red teleportation wave appeared in front of them. Thea laughed dryly and pointed at the red wave to Khaled. "Is this the enemy of 1,000 years that you warned us about?" Khaled sensed it and nodded. Thea cursed, "Weakling." Amidst the blood-red energy fluctuations, a handsome man wearing a red cloak and dark green leather clothes walked out as if there was no one else around. He looked at Khaled with the help of his senses. "Khaled bin Hussein, you shouldn't have come to Nabu's territory. The power of the greatest sorcerer is not a small fry like you." The man was showing off proudly. When he saw Thea, he was stunned and could not continue. "Is this a human?" The magical power was so turbulent that it was almost tangible. Even if he was just standing there, waves of pure magical power were running automatically according to a special rhythm. His body was absorbing the magical power around him unconsciously. The handsome man felt that the magical power in his body was about to leave his body. He was so scared that he took a step back. "Why did you stop?" "Continue?" Missy looked at this guy curiously. To be honest, this guy was not weak. He was much stronger than Mr. E, Daddy Midnight, and the others on Earth. In the Magic Legion of the new creation planet, there were only about 180 people who were stronger than him. The handsome man's heart was in a mess. Could it be an illusion? That was his first reaction, but he quickly tossed that thought to the back of his mind. Nonsense. The magical power in his body was about to go out of control. Whose illusion could be so powerful? She was the embodiment of magical power. Is she really human? Even the strongest sorcerer Nabu he had ever seen could not compare to this woman. The handsome man felt his face was burning. The handsome man almost wanted to teleport and escape. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was as if he had thrown his magic power into the void. He repeatedly exerted his strength as if he was constipated. The teleportation that he used to be able to attack and retreat with ease could not be activated at all. At this point, he was completely convinced that this was not some kind of illusion. The other party's attainment in magic had already crushed his. The difference in their levels of understanding was too great. In fact, he had really wronged Thea. The young lady could indeed confine space. The reason why the handsome man was so terrified now was because Thea had already fixed the space here in order to guard against the enemy of 1,000 years that Khaled had mentioned. It was possible to teleport in, but what about leaving? Several advanced spells were being cast at the same time. Thea found it difficult to cast them herself. "What's your name? What are you doing here?" Eldest young miss asked calmly. Although she was wearing casual clothes that did not match the empty and silent environment, the handsome man did not dare to ignore her. He bowed respectfully and said, "Master, I'm Votan." "I'm here too." When it came to the purpose of his visit, he was a little hesitant. He was here to intercept, but how could he say it without causing any misunderstandings? Fortunately, Thea helped him out. "You have a conflict with this Neb?" The handsome man nodded immediately. "That's right. I thirsted for his knowledge and skills, but he defeated me." Thea looked at him deeply, as if she had seen through him. "You're very persistent and passionate about knowledge. I won't make things difficult for you. You may leave. With that, eldest young miss stepped lightly on the ground with her left foot. An invisible wave spread out, and the confines of the teleportation were lifted. The handsome man wanted to run, but the question that had been in his heart for 1,000 years made him hesitate for a moment. He gathered his courage and asked, "Master, can you please give me some pointers? Why am I inferior to Neb?" Thea felt that there were too few people with magic in this world. It would be a pity if even one of them died, so she did not intend to make things difficult for him. Now that she heard his question, she smiled. She sized up Wotan with her electrifying eyes. Your body is very normal, but your soul can no longer bear the burden. You've thought of using magic to extend your life, right? You don't have to deny it. Many people have done so. It's just that your attainment has not reached that level, so you found another way to use magic to carry on your memory. Am I right? The handsome man's face was ashen. It was not a good feeling to be seen through, but he still nodded. Master, you're right. Thea asked again, do you know why many masters in ancient times who had more magic power than you chose to die instead of using this method to extend their memory? The handsome man vaguely knew the answer, but he still asked with a glimmer of hope, why? The soul can't bear such a huge amount of memory. You relied on the accumulation of several lifetimes to try to find the true mystery of magic. It's a good idea, but this is not the right path. Every time you reincarnate, the burden on your soul will double. Although your knowledge will increase, your affinity with magic will deteriorate because of your soul. This is your current problem. To prove her words, Thea pointed at the hawk girl. I've seen her in another universe. She has reincarnated 206 times, and her strength is weaker each time. There's a limit to a human soul. Let's talk about your old acquaintance, Nabu. In some worlds, he eventually became a god, but in this world, he also chose to die, leaving only a simple remnant of his consciousness. It can be said that the Nabu of this time and space is dead. Do you understand? You're on the wrong path. Thea's words were not only directed at Wotan, but also at Khaled, who was behind her. Let's go. After saying that, she walked toward the distant tower with the bearing of a master. The few of them followed, leaving only the handsome man who looked dazed. You've really seen me? I've been reincarnated more than 200 times. The hawk girl saw that Missy had fooled the menacing enemy of 1,000 years, with a few words, and started to use honorifics. Thea looked at her strangely. Yes, anything is possible in the multiverse. The few of them did not continue talking and walked forward slowly. Old Robert came to her side and whispered, that guy is still following behind us. Thea had already noticed. Wotan's heart was dead, and he did not know what to do. He was now following behind them in a daze. Thea shook her head, indicating that she did not need to care about him. Most of her attention was already attracted by the giant tower in front of her, and an unimaginable power was suppressed here. What kind of terrifying power was that? It was pure and true evil. Perhaps it shouldn't even be described as evil. Evil was a little narrow in front of such great power. Sia's mutated vision was filled with indescribable shadows. Nabu used his own wizard tower and gathered at least half of the power of order in this world to suppress this shadow. That's right, Thea felt that this was an insignificant shadow. Perhaps it was the shadow that the original owner did not care about, and it had wandered into this world. After that, it was accidentally discovered by Nabu. This wizard, who had a bright future, gave up the chance to become a god and absorbed more than half of the power of order in this world to suppress the shadow. The result was that the power of order was out of balance, and the wasteland wolves took advantage of it. The superheroes were defeated, and evil gained the upper hand. Thea felt that her guess was not far from the truth. But what was this shadow? In her opinion, it was not inferior to the specter she saw that day. It was even purer and of a higher level. Oh my God! Thea's heart was in turmoil. She almost screamed out loud. The natives might not know, but she knew that there was a power that could compete with God. A ferocious beast. It was the most primitive shadow that existed before everything began. Chapter 673. What is she looking at? Khaled asked his lover, the eagle girl. The eagle girl did not know what Thea was looking at, but she pouted and pointed at Wotan, who was handsome to the point of being a sissy, implying that this guy might know. The enemy of 1,000 years, because of Thea's suppression, seemed like nonsense now. Khaled did not know that after he put on the Nabu helmet, he would have a fierce fight with Wotan. Now, one of them was confused and the other was anxious, standing side by side like brothers in distress. Do you know what she is looking at? They waited for another half an hour, and seeing that Thea had no intention of entering the tower and was just standing there in a daze, Khaled had to ask Wotan. In his opinion, these people who played with magic were all mysterious. Maybe they knew something? The crossdresser Wotan looked at him with contempt. The power that he had been chasing for his whole life could be easily obtained by this guy, but with Thea present, he did not dare to say anything. He sneered, Master must be observing the secrets of this tower. He looked around and saw that everyone's gazes were focused on him. He felt a little better. His knowledge was still useful. In my research, many ancient wise mages recorded a divine tower filled with disharmony and chaos in their notes. In many ancient myths and legends, it has many names, such as the Land of Broken Souls, the Tower of Heaven, the Giant Stone Tower, the Mad Ark, and so on. Some scholars also extracted a name from ancient literature, the Giant Beast. They did not know the meaning behind it, so they forcefully explained that it was a place where God suppressed evil. Wotan laughed after saying that. God? He himself had been around longer than God had been around. Thea looked on coldly. Wotan's first few sentences were nonsense, only the last sentence was slightly related, but she was not prepared to explain the difference between this God and that God. She had been looking forward to this supreme power for a long time, and now was the time to take a look. Absorbing it was impossible, even spirits made her tremble, not to mention the giant beast. Fortunately, this was only a trace of power left behind by the giant beast after it was projected into the material world, so she had to see it no matter what. Let's go in and take a look. The young mistress had already seen through the structure of the mage tower. She pulled a few people, including Wotan, into the mage tower. The square-shaped mage tower soared straight into the clouds, giving off an extraordinary aura. From the outside, it was already several hundred meters tall. Inside, it felt even more spacious. Passageways, courtyards, spiral staircases, pillars, all kinds of buildings seemed to have been casually built by a child. They were piled up in a way that defied the laws of physics. There was a spiral staircase on top of the pillar, and beside the staircase was a courtyard. At the bottom of the courtyard stood a stone statue. There were all kinds of grotesque and variegated sculptures. Even without looking at the symbols, Thea knew that these were her old friends in Egypt. For example, the eye symbol represented Horus. There were also some symbols, such as Seth, which symbolized change, and Mihit, which symbolized destruction. Many of the Egyptian gods had left their divine power here to suppress the pure and deep shadow. Thea felt very uncomfortable when she entered this place. The divine power here was repelling her. After sensing for a while, he pointed to the right and said to Khaled, "Follow this path and you will obtain Neb's power. Don't hesitate, don't be afraid, accept the gift. And I will help you block the enemy." As soon as her voice fell, a huge figure leaped lightly and landed in front of them. Its entire body was surrounded by black smoke, and one could faintly see some dark red muscles. It had a ram's head, bright red eyes, and huge sharp teeth. It was at least 10 meters long and 5 meters tall, and it was looking at them on all fours. "Go!" Thea shouted angrily, and a chain of light wrapped around the demon. The demon groaned, and corrosive saliva dripped to the ground, forming a few deep pits. Seeing that they still wanted to help, old Robert had already pulled out his arrow. Thea was speechless. This was the bad thing about being a hero of justice. Couldn't they see that she wanted to talk to this demon alone? "It can't hurt me. As long as you get the helmet, you will complete the mission. Go. The path ahead will be weightless, but if you follow the path, you will definitely reach the end. Thea's acting skills were on full display, and she finally managed to trick them into going to get the helmet. The demon struggled with all its might, and the chain kept breaking. Thea was anxious, but she could not break free from the chain no matter how hard she tried. As the demon roared, they followed her instructions to get the helmet. When they were completely out of sight, Thea's expression returned to normal. She looked gloomily at the crossdresser, Wotan, who had not moved at all. This handsome man's legs were a little weak in front of the demon. The young lady could easily deal with it, but it did not mean that he could do the same. However, he did not take a single step back. There were smart people everywhere. Thea was a little helpless. In fact, old Robert should have noticed something, but he wisely did not say anything. This Wotan was also very smart. Thea asked tentatively, "Aren't you afraid?" These words had a double meaning, and one could interpret them however they wanted. How could the handsome Wotan not be afraid? He was scared to death. At first, when he saw Thea struggling to maintain the chain, and the demon struggling as if the chain would break any second, he had some guesses, but he was not very sure. However, now that the few idlers had left, and the young lady's chain instantly tied the demon up like a kitten, how could he not know that there was a problem here? "I can die in order to seek knowledge." These words were said very firmly, with a spirit of sacrifice for the truth. Thea nodded. To be honest, she was a little unhappy. The moment she saw this demon, she knew that half of her plan had failed. The purest and deepest shadow that had drifted into this universe had been contaminated. Perhaps it was the chaos attracted by the power of order, or perhaps it was the various bad habits of humans, but this shadow had developed intelligence. It gave birth to this demon in the purest and deepest shadow. It seemed to have gained the ability to walk freely, but the power above the rules had been directly crippled. It could be said that it had nothing to do with the giant beasts. Although this demon's combat power was very high, Thea still felt that it was a pity. After mixing with this world's debris, it had lost its pureness, and its value had shrunk by tens of thousands of times. As for tracing it back to its origin, the young lady only thought about it. Even if she had the combat power of a ghost, she did not dare to trace the origin of this demon. Who knew what it would trace back to? She sighed. Facing Wotan's eyes that were filled with curiosity, she told him part of the truth. "If I'm not wrong, this guy is the giant beast described in your ancient books. I originally thought that it would be something else, but now," she then shook her head with a look of pity. Chapter 674. Wotan looked at the demon. He was not stupid. Something that could be valued by a mage of Thea's level must be extraordinary. However, he also knew that he was too far away from that level. There was no point in worrying about it. He wanted to ask Thea a few more questions about himself, but seeing how stubborn she was, did he have any other bargaining chips that could move her? He tried to recall all the information he knew about this mage tower. Which part of it mentioned the giant beast that this master valued? Suddenly, he slapped his head. "Master, there is a record that there was a room in this tower where this giant beast was locked up. If I'm not mistaken, it escaped from there." Wotan purposely raised his voice to emphasize that this was important information. In fact, he did not think that this information was that important. He just wanted to give it a try. However, when these words reached Thea's ears, they automatically had a new meaning. Perhaps there were still some remnants of the shadow in the room where this guy was born? Even if nothing was left, she would still be able to learn a lot from observing the traces left behind in the past. When the gods walked on the ground, they would leave behind miracles. For an existence like this giant beast, even if it was just a trace of its shadow, it would still leave behind a heavy mark in the material world. "What do you want?" Milady knocked out the giant beast with a blow and asked the fake man with a calm gaze. There was a hint of threat in her words, which made Wotan's heart beat faster. The consequences of asking for a sky-high price would be disastrous. After a slight hesitation, he told her what he wanted. The memory continuation magic from back then is irreversible. "Can you solve the problem of my body? I don't want to sink into this state again and again." Thea looked at him coldly. Wotan was afraid that she would turn hostile, but he was also afraid that she would say that she could not do it. After what seemed like a long time, Thea nodded slightly. Your magic is nothing. I can help you remove it. In this life, I will split your soul and let you choose what memory you want to carry into the next life. If there are no problems, lead the way. It was not difficult for her. To her, splitting the soul was just a matter of slashing with the holy sword. However, to Wotan, it was tantamount to giving him a new life. He led the way like a lackey. Thea thought for a moment and decided that it was best to keep this demon alive. She shook the chain and brought the giant demon with her as if it was a dead dog. The two of them walked and stopped. Wotan was under a lot of pressure. According to the description in the book, he repeatedly checked the road signs, afraid that if he walked into a dead end, the person behind him would tie him together with the demonic behemoth in a rage. When he pushed open a stone door, Wotan was distracted and did not see what was behind the door. He stepped out and saw nothing. Just as he was about to save himself, Thea pulled him back. Just as he was about to thank this big shot, Thea covered her mouth at first, then laughed heartily. Haha. His voice was loud and clear, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. The young mistress laughed so hard that Wotan almost fainted. Come on, those who laughed and prepared to kill after discovering the treasure were all villains. You're a hero, right? You dare to deprive us villains of our patent? Thea did not have the time to care about his little thoughts. She had been a little disappointed at first, but the result was better than she had expected. The self-consciousness in the shadow of the demonic behemoth had become the demonic behemoth, which meant that the void in front of her that could absorb all light had no consciousness. Although she could not absorb it directly, she had no problem learning it through simulation. God was righteous, and the demonic behemoth was evil? She did not see it that way. That kind of big shot had long surpassed the definition of good and evil. It was more appropriate to describe the Heavenly Father and Darkside as righteous and evil, but it was nonsense to describe the other two big shots. She could feel that she had gained a lot of knowledge just by looking at the void in front of her. This knowledge was beyond the limits of what words could describe. It represented the power to create a world. She resisted the temptation and stopped looking. There were too many idle people in the tower, and it was not suitable for her to study it. She did not intend to be courteous with such an unparalleled treasure buried in the tower. After all, she had reconciled the conflict between Nabu and Khalid. He probably would not mind if she changed the name of the tower master to herself. Thea was surrounded by indescribable joy, and Wotan could not help but take a few more glances. What did this master gain? Why is she so happy? He turned to look at the void, but he did not gain anything. However, he also knew that this thing was not meant for him. It was better to grab what he deserved. He looked at Thea pitifully. Please don't go back on your words. The goddess of trade naturally would not take advantage of him. She pulled him directly out of the tower. She reached out and took out a light blue substance from the depths of his soul. This was the memory continuation magic that he cast on himself in his first life. She closed her fingers and crushed it lightly. She then took out the holy sword and slashed it a few times. Before Wotan could understand what was going on, she had already finished. I'll split 2 souls for you. You can store all the necessary knowledge in 1 soul. The other 2 souls will dissipate automatically after 3 days. Splitting souls was not much more difficult for her than partitioning a hard disk. She explained the memory transfer method again. Thea thought about it and felt that the benefits she gained this time were simply too great. The guy who led the way had contributed a lot. She only slashed a few times, which seemed a little perfunctory. She scanned the tower with her spiritual power and searched for a moment. She then flew back with a small ball of spiritual power. Since you are looking forward to Nabu's knowledge, I will fulfill this wish for you. After Khalid dies of old age, you will become the new owner of Nabu's helmet. I will stay in this universe for a few more days. I may need you later, or I may not. That's it. She then handed the ball of spiritual power that represented Nabu to Wotan. She then opened the door and threw him out of the subspace. After chasing away the irrelevant people, she began to collect the tower. Although the tower master was Nabu, so what? If the goddess of wealth wanted to give him benefits, he could not refuse. It was not the first time that she forced people to buy and sell. She did not have any psychological burden at all. However, this time she did not use a single copper coin to buy the tower. Didn't you, Nabu, value your successor? I will give you a few spells. After all, knowledge is priceless. She transferred a few powerful spells from the Egyptian gods to the tower. It was meaningless for the tower to keep these spells, so they were naturally transferred to Nabu's helmet. A simple transaction was completed. She did not plan to move the tower. After all, the tower still carried half of the power of order from Earth. Whether it was to suppress the shadow or to stabilize it, it was not suitable to be moved. If Thea wanted to study it in the future, she could come to this subspace. What? What if Dr. Fate did not have the Tower of Fate? She did not care about that. Moreover, she felt that Khalid Hussein might not realize that the tower originally belonged to him. The reality was not far from what she expected. Khalid put on a fully enclosed helmet. When he came out again, he did not know that the tower was given to him. The three of them met up with Sia. At that time, she was meditating outside with her eyes closed about the knowledge she had just learned. The mysterious knowledge was intoxicating, and she only woke up when old Luo called her twice. There were a lot of things to do in the outside world. It was not a good time to think about it. She took them back to New Orleans. She used simple magic to exchange a few moves with Khalid, who now called himself Doctor of Fate. There were many hidden dangers in this kind of power transfer. His state of mind was unstable, arrogant, and his magic power was extremely crude. He thought that the heavens were his number two. Sia gave him a solid beating, and only then did he realize that he was still a mortal, not a god. Nabu only gave you magic and experience. You still have a long way to go before you can use his knowledge freely, Mr. Khalid. Khalid, who was wearing a metal helmet, kept insisting that they call him Doctor of Fate. He wanted to separate the two identities. Thea was not going to tolerate his bad habit. You even forgot your own name? I have to teach you a lesson for your true master. After a round of beating, Khalid Hussein finally remembered his name. He was no longer so stubborn about others calling him Doctor of Fate. Leaving Hawk Girl to help Khalid familiarize himself with his new ability, Thea took old Robert back to the Bat Cave. Looking at Psyker, Caitlin had a strange expression. After asking, she found out that Barry Allen had picked up a handsome guy when he installed the intercept node. Chapter 675. Jay Garrick, a very energetic young man. At the same time, he was also the fastest person in this world. His speed came from an old acquaintance, the Greek god Hermes. The Hermes here had the power of speed and was also a good god. He was seriously injured in the battle with the Great Plains wolf, and before he died, he passed his power of speed to Jay Garrick, who was passing by. Barry met his peers when he was running. After that, in order to strengthen the power of justice, he brought him back. A slightly large silver helmet that looked like a pot lid was placed on his head. There were two golden wings on both sides of the helmet. He was wearing a red tights and there was a huge yellow lightning bolt drawn on his chest. At this moment, Jay Garrick still couldn't fully understand his own ability. Barry was explaining it to him out of kindness. This guy? Thea's gaze was a little strange. She remembered that Jay Garrick was a sock puppet of extreme speed. However, in order to separate from his original body, of course, in Thea's opinion, it was most likely that he was confused by drugs. Extreme speed created a time remnant to pretend to be Jay Garrick. After that, he realized that he could not control the other party and killed the time remnant in the end. Thea's evaluation of extreme speed was that he was sick and had a hole in his head. But here came the question. Was there a problem with this Jay Garrick in front of her? After looking carefully for a long time, she did not see any problems. Whether it was the body or the soul, it was the same on the surface. This was a superhero who was willing to sacrifice for justice. The young mistress could only say that she did not know how to differentiate between the original body and the time remnant. If this guy was harmless, then let him be. Green Lantern Alan Scott, Flash J. Garrick, and Eagle Girl Kendra Sanders. These were the new big three of Earth 2 after the sacrifice of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. It had to be said that Nebra had taken away half of the world's power of order. These new heroes were too weak. Earth was fine for now. It was time for her to go back and mobilize the army. After greeting Old Bat, she directly opened the sonic tunnel and returned to the new creation planet. Your Majesty, the Great Plains Wolf is rampaging in that universe. Please allow me to lead the army to eliminate him. Thea went directly to see the Heavenly Father. She bowed slightly and directly explained her purpose of coming. Great Plains Wolf. Father, I'm willing to lead your guards into battle. The Heavenly Father didn't say anything, but the second-generation new god, Orion, couldn't help but ask to join the battle. Orion was Darkseid's son, and the Wasteland Wolf was Darkseid's uncle. The two of them were very close by blood. However, Orion had no intention of letting him go because the Great Plains Wolf's ability to attract hatred was superb. A long, long time ago, he had killed the Heavenly Father's wife, Avia. This caused Orion, who had always regarded the Heavenly Father as his own father, to be heartbroken. If there was a chance, even if he had to perish together with it, he would kill the Great Plains Wolf. But the Heavenly Father was clearly thinking more. Thea, we shouldn't interfere too much with the matters of that universe. The time for the final battle between good and evil has yet to arrive. But the Great Plains Wolf. Speaking of this great hatred of killing his wife, even the usually dignified and solemn Heavenly Father had a slight hesitation. How could he not care? We'll mobilize an army to defeat the enemy. If we can kill the Great Plains Wolf, we'll kill him. In the end, the Heavenly Father still couldn't control his emotions. Thea immediately nodded. This was similar to how the spirit had told her not to directly participate in the battle between mortals. Perhaps the Heavenly Father and Uncle Da had some kind of connection with the higher-ups. Soon, the new gods of the new creation planet were gathered. When they heard that they were going to kill the Great Plains Wolf, they were all excited. They weren't fools. No one would easily give up on avenging their boss. Other than Thea's magic army, the other three army commanders all asked to join the battle. The Heavenly Father's general of love, Wuxia, even took out his sledgehammer and waved it on the spot. He couldn't wait to fight the Great Plains Wolf for 500 rounds. The Heavenly Father was very pleased. Everyone treated his hatred as a collective hatred. What did this mean about him? It meant that he had done a good job of working together. But if all four armies were to be deployed, it would be no different from a final battle. The Heavenly Father turned to ask Mitron. The god of knowledge, who sat in his chair and flew around every day, had dealings with both sides. He would answer anyone who asked him a question, but generally speaking, he still spent more time with the Heavenly Father. How many troops from the Apocalypse Star have been mobilized? The Great Plains Wolf's direct subordinates have all been mobilized. Desard has also been mobilized. Mitron answered all the questions without any intention of hiding anything. The Heavenly Father fell silent. He knew his old rival too well. Mitron wanted to test the waters before the official battle. Darkseid had sent out his left and right hands, and the Heavenly Father couldn't show any weakness. But in order to have a backup plan, he wouldn't send out all his elites. Orion, take my guards and Goddess Thea's magic army. The two gods bowed and walked out of the door together. Thea's army had already gathered at the first moment, and the Heavenly Father's guards were the best of the best. It looked like each of them was holding a spear, but in fact, it wasn't just a melee weapon. They could also shoot lasers. Becca, how are the preparations? Thea asked her assistant. The blonde lady, Becca, was a demigod who was proficient in both magic and martial arts. She would become Orion's wife in the future, and even now, she had shown extraordinary leadership skills. Thea's clone on the planet of creation was only in charge of the general direction, and almost all the details were handled by Becca. Commander, we can set off at any time, Becca replied with a dignified aura. Thea sized up her subordinates. After more than a year, the magic army's size was still maintained at 1,000,000, but the quality was much higher than before. They had a staff in each hand and a robe in the other. 100 captains, all armed to the teeth, had rings that amplified magic power, necklaces that enhanced energy, robes that were embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, and staffs that could shorten the chanting of spells. All this equipment had been created by Thea's clone and the god of blacksmithing, Hay-8, over half a year. It could be said that the strength of these 100 people was similar to that of the trap, Voton. Any one of them could take over a planet and dominate it. They could be said to be the small group of people who had the highest affinity with magic among the hundreds of millions of people in the new god race. More than 10 of them could successfully cast a high-level spell like Time Stop. Although they weren't as proficient as Thea, and still required a large amount of chanting, hand gestures, and casting materials, it was already very rare. The rest of the captains were also mid-level mages, and could be said to be the supporting force of the army. The large group quickly arrived at the square in an orderly manner. The Heavenly Father's guards led by Olion had already been there for a while, and the second generation of the gods was very polite and signaled Thea to take command. Our goal this time is only one, and that is to take the head of the Great Plains wolf. To avenge the Heavenly Queen. Thea explained the mission concisely. Chapter 676. Hearing that they were going to kill the Great Plains wolves, not only did her magic army start to get excited, even the Heavenly Father's personal guards led by Olion could not control their emotions. They originally thought that it was just a daily killing, but they never thought that it would be such a glorious mission. Revenge for Queen Avia. That was everyone's thought. The members of the magic army all ran back home. They wanted to take out their best equipment to fight the Great Plains wolves. Gem magic was convenient and fast, saving time and energy. This magic was fully developed in the hands of Missy. She would then bring it to the magic army. Mage Sargon would probably be able to rest in peace. Now, all kinds of rare gems had become a strategic resource for the magic army, on the same level as adamantine and mithril. Once they engaged in battle with the enemy, tens of thousands of gems would be thrown out. The scene would be spectacular and magnificent. It was completely indescribable. Low-level mages who threw out gems that sealed high-level magic in battle could basically turn the tide of the battle. Now that they heard that they were going to fight the Great Plains wolves, everyone took out their treasures and swore to give the enemy a good beating. It took some time to regroup. Boiling blood was not enough to describe the fanaticism of this group of people. Many of the soldiers only hated themselves for not learning more magic and practicing more martial arts. Justice will prevail. The young miss shouted a few slogans before activating the sonic boom channel to head to Earth 2. The orange tunnel was opened for a whole day before the large army was sent over. The Great Plains wolves troops were also deployed. Thea glanced over and was a little sad. The enemy had gathered all their troops in what was supposed to be the metropolis. The originally prosperous city, the City of Hope, was completely dead. The metropolis of this time and space suffered a devastating blow the moment the Great Plains wolves descended. Louise Ryan died. Jimmy Olsen died. There was no Baldy Luther in this time and space, but Lena Luthor also died in this land. Superman, who once brought hope to the people, became a different kind of creature. He became one of the countless monsters that he destroyed in his lifetime. Fear, hesitation, trembling, all sorts of negative emotions surrounded this world, surrounding everyone. This world should not be so lonely. If there is no hope, then I will give you hope. Light blue, water blue, light blue. Her body emitted a faint blue light at first. As her faith grew stronger, the color of the light became darker. The light of hope. Thea only felt that her heart was calm. She never thought that in this universe, in this land of annihilation that had already been half destroyed by evil, the world would actually help her ignite the flame of hope. He had thought that anger would be the third emotion he had mastered, but he had not expected that hope would be the first emotion he had mastered. The will of the world was begging her to save this land and save the intelligent life here. Thea agreed without any hesitation. Her mission was to eradicate evil and bring new hope to this land. The feeling of hope inspired all the righteous people. Olion and Becca did not know what Sia had done, but their beliefs were firm, and their combat power was rising. This was not fake. The remaining soldiers were even more affected. They felt as if their bodies were filled with energy, and the combat power of the entire army seemed to have increased by 20%. This was the power of hope. We should charge over while our morale is still high. Olion, the second-generation god, suggested excitedly as he felt the divine power in his body rising. Thea closed her eyes and felt the emotions of hope. She was not moved by his suggestion at all. Are you kidding me? This is a magic army, not a cavalry army. Do you think we are all Gandalf? Charge over with a sword and a staff? Damn! He secretly tagged Olion as he stared into the distance with rapt attention. A cold and vicious gaze met her eyes. It was the wasteland wolf, the god of hatred. This guy's strength had at least doubled since the last time they met, and he had personally come to Earth. Thea secretly estimated the strength of the two of them. She felt that the other party was stronger than her. After all, he was the younger brother of Yoja Khan and Darkseid's uncle. Even if he had not learned anything new, he had lived for so many years and should be stronger than her. However, now that the emotions of hope had gathered in her, it was hard to say who was stronger. At the same time, another guy with an evil aura entered her field of vision. He wore a red robe and seemed to feel Thea's gaze. He took off his hood and looked up. Disgusting. His face was cracked and distorted, and his exposed skin was green. His eyes were murderous. As if he felt Thea's scrutinizing gaze, he muttered some evil words and disappeared from Thea's field of vision. Oh, this guy was a magician. He was different from a traditional magician. He was more like a sorcerer or a warlock. He did not use the elements of earth, fire, water, or wind. Instead, he controlled the power of demons and hell. This was the fundamental difference between Thea and this guy. This was Darkseid's general, one of the members of the Dark Elite Guild, the god of pain, Dizzard, who was in charge of the internal affairs of the Apocalypse planet. He was slightly weaker than the Great Plains wolf, but he had more tricks up his sleeve and was more difficult to deal with. Both sides had sent out two new gods, and each side chose an opponent. This was the inevitable outcome. Thea thought to herself. Should she deal with the Great Plains wolf and let the weaker Olion deal with Dizzard? Or would it be warrior versus warrior, mage versus mage? Should he take care of Dizzard first before going to support Olion? Of the two choices, one was safe and the other was radical. Thea did not rush to start the battle. Instead, she commanded the army to set up camp in Gotham to set up a temporary magic net, organize the equipment, and set up teleportation nodes. The mage army needed to do a lot of work in the early stages before they could unleash their full power. The mighty army descended from the sky. The citizens of Gotham who were still alive revealed themselves from the streets and alleys. They secretly observed this group of soldiers who were different from the current world. Tens of thousands of people would fill the mountains, not to mention 1 million. Dark robes, white staffs. The appearance of these magicians made the survivors feel like they were in a dream. Was this a movie? The new gods did not care about the feelings of these ordinary people. Thea began to set up a temporary magic net, and the group of people split up to take care of the camp. Leyline modification, wind storm, flame spell, disintegrate spell. Tall buildings were pushed down, dust was swept away, plants were burned, and trash was dissected. Becca was very experienced, and she methodically commanded the army to set up the camp. Her boyfriend Olion tried to talk to her a few times, but she coldly pushed him aside. Can't you see that I'm busy? Thea was also very busy. The magic net was indeed a powerful weapon, but the restrictions were too great. Even the Heavenly Father could not set up a magic net that covered the entire multiverse. This required them to set up a temporary magic net everywhere they went, and then connect the magic net of the new creator's planet. This work was dry and boring, and she was the only magic deity here. She could not slack off even if she wanted to. Eldest Miss was working helplessly when she accidentally heard someone calling her name not far away. She listened carefully and almost laughed out loud. Outside the camp, two old men were looking at them with binoculars. It was Old Bat and Old Green Arrow. Did you see her power just now? That holy light, how could she be your daughter? Old Bat did not know what the light of hope was. He only knew that when he looked at Thea, the pain that had troubled him for a long time seemed to be alleviated. Thea gave a few instructions to her adjutant, Becca, and she immediately brought people to invite the two old men into the camp. Chapter 677. Previously, Thea was dressed in casual clothes and looked like a fashionable girl. Now, in order to command the army, she naturally changed into the outfit of the new star of creation. She wore a colorful robe and a hood that covered her face. Her whole body was full of a mysterious aura. The two old men looked at each other. Was this person, who had her arms crossed and was mumbling to herself, really the same Thea from before? The difference was too big. Thea was racing against time to build the magic net. At this time, the Magic Legion was at its weakest. The new Protoss did not have the habit of sneak attacks, but it was hard to guarantee that the Wasteland Wolf and Disarad would take the wrong medicine and play a blitzkrieg. The work of the Magic Legion could not be slack, and the coordination work with Earth too also had to be done. Taking off the hood, the two old men were relieved when they saw the familiar face. How much combat power does Earth have? My Legion can only deal with the Wasteland Wolf. You have to be responsible for the human army under his control, Thea said lightly. About 200,000 troops will be dispatched. This is already the largest combat power of the World Military Committee. Several superheroes directly under the military will also participate in the battle. Being in the Magic Legion, Old Bat felt uncomfortable all over. He did not know that it was the powerful magic that was affecting his senses. To be honest, Thea was not optimistic about the few superpowered people controlled by the Earth Army. The Atom Man here could not shrink, but instead, he would become a big fool. In addition to looking fierce, he was completely a target. The rest of the Sandman team was a group of well-trained agents. What about Superman? Have you thought of how to deal with Superman? Thea threw out an earth-shattering question. Old Robert was a little surprised. Old Bat still had a poker face. He could see that he had thought about this problem. Can't you save Superman with your means? He is a hero of mankind and should not fall into darkness. Thea still glanced at him and shook her head gently. I don't want this to happen, but according to my observation, the Superman you know is dead. His soul has dissipated, and now the one occupying that body is an evil guy. There is also a Superman in your world, so you should know that he is an alien, right? Kryptonian, I know. We have a Kryptonian here. Thea was stunned for a second by Old Bat's words. She almost collapsed the weave. She hurriedly calmed herself down and asked doubtfully. Who is it? He calls himself Falzad. The conversation between the two was very brief, but Thea was still shocked. She did not know much about Earth 2. She thought that the Kryptonian mentioned by the Old Bat was Kara, but she never expected that it was a Kryptonian she did not know. Listen to that last name, Zed. You and your father have such similar habits. You always have a backup plan, don't you? Hee, can this Farzad deal with Superman? The Old Bat was silent for a while. I am working hard to train him. He is our only hope. Thea glanced at Old Luo. Old Green Arrow had a confused look on his face. Clearly, he didn't know about this. The eldest miss still couldn't hold back her desire to ridicule him. You and your father both have the same problem. You're always on guard against this and that. You'll never reveal a single piece of information unless it's absolutely necessary, right? What a fine tradition. The Old Bat did not seem to hear her sarcasm. He even had a smile on his face. It was as if he was proud of the fine tradition of the Wayne family. She could not say anything harsh to the Old Bat, who was not ashamed but proud of it. Hey, give me a moment. Let me finish my work. Take me to see Falzad. Also, Thea thought of something and said to the old bat, "Your body is overdrawing your life force. Follow my adjutant to treat it. It's not possible to restore you to your original state, but you can at least recover some of your losses." An hour later, the old bat who had been treated led Thea to Arkham. Arkham in this dimension was also notorious. Following the old bat through the tunnel, Thea finally saw Farzad in a bedroom deep underground after going back and forth for 7 or 8 rounds. F***CK, this guy is black. Originally, Thea thought that Zod and Fiora were together in this dimension. But looking at his skin color, Thea knew that it had nothing to do with Fiora. He had seen Batman before, but Thea was a stranger to him. Foul Zod seemed to be a little shy and took a step back. So weak. He is just an ordinary person. Thea looked at the old Batman. Why don't you let him bask in the sun? The old bat was still expressionless. He doesn't like to fight. He has no will to fight at all. That's why I keep him here. A Kryptonian who doesn't like to fight? Or is he Zod's son? Thea could only respond to the malice of the world with a chuckle. Why are you so cowardly? Kryptonian, what is your initial gene mix type? Teacher? Artist? Scholar? The young lady's time was precious. Seeing a precious combat force being wasted because of her own reasons, she felt distressed. She did not care what the old bat thought and asked directly in standard Kryptonian. The old bat glanced at her indifferently and did not speak. The Kryptonian guy, who was not sophisticated at all, just stared blankly. Looking at his submissive temperament, Thea was angry. She seemed to understand the old bat's intention. This was not a secret weapon. It was a last resort. She did not have much hope for this Kryptonian. The Magic Legion could not attack Superman, so she had to use the old method. Is there kryptonite in your universe? The old bat and the black guy asked at the same time, what is kryptonite? Is that so? General Zod was not here. Earthlings had never come into contact with kryptonite at all. Thea took out a piece of kryptonite. Before she could do anything, the black guy fell to the ground with a thud. His face was full of pain. She handed the palm-sized kryptonite to the old bat. You have seen how to use it. It can degrade Kryptonian cells. This is for you. Also, let this guy bask in the sun. We will start the general attack in 3 days. Thea then teleported away, leaving the old bat staring at the black guy with the kryptonite in his hand. Perhaps the Wasteland Wolves did not intend to launch a sneak attack at all, or perhaps the two bosses liked to fight head-on. The Wasteland Wolves were stationed in the metropolis, while Thea was camped in Gotham. Both sides minded their own business and made their final preparations. This was not a game. The Magic Legion could not only use magic, but they could also deal with close combat. The robes of high-level mages were stronger than armor. Ordinary mages could not do that. They had to give up some magic, put on armor, and pick up weapons. The teams were assigned tasks according to their characteristics. They mastered several spells that targeted the Apocalypse Demon Army. Thea was also making the final arrangements. In order to prevent Darkseid from interfering with the magic net, she set up a few more layers of insurance. Even if the Lord of Darkness came personally, they would be able to resist for a few minutes. The old bat said something to Zod. The Kryptonian, who was suspected to be trained as a scholar, finally walked out of the house and began to absorb the yellow energy of this world. The Earth Resistance Army was also marching to Gotham. The army that was also under the control of the Wasteland Wolves was also quickly gathering. The war seemed to be at hand. Thea left a clone in the outside world to deal with the chores. Her real body had already entered the Tower of Fate to understand the pure shadow. Unlike the kind grandmother, who was born as a commoner on planet Apocalypse, Thea relied on her own efforts to rise from an ordinary person to a new god. Chapter 678. No matter how weak the Wasteland Wolf was, he was still Yojia Khan's younger brother and Darkseid's uncle. He had a high starting point and had lived for a long time. The accumulation of divine power would be terrifying. Thea did not think that she could win against him. She still needed to make more preparations. Ordinary people could still learn a few more spells or sharpen their swords when they had nothing to do. She could not. She had already reached such a high level that it was almost impossible for her to take another step. Just look at the wasteland wolf, who has ascended to godhood for countless years, and now he is hiding in the basement and practicing hard with a big axe that he can't endure. It can be seen that he is not confident in dealing with Sia, who has ascended to godhood for less than 2 years, nor does he have a way to improve. After tens of thousands of years, Thea could only improve her skills and equipment. Other than that, she estimated that the increase in divine power was only about 10%. The laws of the world favored the gods but also restricted them. They were not allowed to grow without restraint. Both the old and the new gods were within this framework. However, the pure shadow gave her a chance. The laws could not restrict it. Thea came down to take a look whenever she had time. She did not make things difficult for the behemoth demon. She set up an endless loop of dreams. Go in and destroy everything. Just don't disturb me. What can I learn from it? Thea thought as she lay on her side. The shadow seemed to be transmitting some kind of profound theory, but she was confused when she tried to read it. This thing's level was too high. Her decoder's version was too low. She could not read it at all. That was the only way she could comfort herself. She did not know how to deal with this kind of power that did not follow the laws. There was a mountain of treasure in front of her, but she could only return empty-handed every time. The sense of loss made her feel frustrated. Fortunately, she was a casual person. She did not feel too depressed when she saw that she could not directly understand it. She started to use a roundabout strategy. She used the few laws she knew to compare them with the mysterious power of the shadow. The first thing she tried was naturally trade and wealth. The result was very touching. Sia felt that the two big bosses, God and Ferocious Beast, did not need trade, nor did they need wealth. There was no sign of her deity position and shadow working together. Next, the only thing she could use was the emotion spectrum. Without the help of the lantern ring, she had mastered 3.5 of the 7 emotions, which was considered a small accomplishment. Fear? Were the two big shots afraid? They could scare the parallax monsters with a single glance. Giving up on this, pity? Thea smiled bitterly. She needed pity, but they didn't. Anger was an emotion that was only a small success. She didn't want to embarrass herself by using it. In the end, she used hope with some hope. She didn't know if it was the will of this world that gave her hope that opened a back door for her, or if it was the big boss that pitted her and gave her some hope. Yep, it was literally hope. When the blue light that represented hope came into contact with the shadow, Thea's ecstatic gaze finally changed a little. A deep and dark vision surrounded her. She was surrounded by a space that was as dark as ink. Her supervision was ineffective, and her mental power was ineffective. She tried to feel her surroundings with her hands. In the illusion, she felt like a long time had passed. When she woke up, she realized that she was back in the city. Where is this? Did something just teleport me? Based on her understanding of magic, she didn't think so. Her body didn't enter here. Was it her soul? Thea. Come here. While she was in a daze, she heard someone calling her name. She looked over and saw a young woman with a few freckles on her face waving at her. She seemed to know her, but she couldn't remember her name. Coming. Before she could answer, a girl wearing a dark blue jacket, a white shirt, a black tie, and a plaid pleated skirt quickly walked over. The freckled girl took out a small bag of indescribable items from her bag. The girl who had her back facing Thea quickly put them into her backpack and handed the freckled girl a small bundle of dollars. Let me see my past. What's the point? Thea had already seen it. The girl who had her back facing her had long brown hair and was wearing a school uniform. She walked with her head held high and looked indifferent. Wasn't that her? She just didn't know which time and space Thea 1.0 was from. Thanks to the many movies and TV series, many stories had this kind of plot. As long as she followed this rebellious Thea, everything would come to light. Thea went to school as usual. Looking at the younger version of herself wearing a school uniform and listening to the teacher in boredom, she felt like she was invisible. The next day was ordinary. No matter which time and space Thea was in, she seemed to be affected by the news of her father and brother's death. This Thea was in a daze for the whole day and played crazily after school. Fortunately, Thea was strict and didn't do anything unsightly. What do I want to see? Thea had to ask herself this question. Of course, she didn't expect anyone to answer her. If a man in black with the words, "Giant Beast," written on his forehead popped up, that would be terrifying. Time flew by. Thea was like a bystander, following the rebellious Thea 1.0 around every day like a shadow. 5 years passed in a flash. When she followed the rebellious version of herself out of the door and saw a middle-aged man with gray hair in the distance, she finally confirmed that this was Thea from Earth 2, the poor guy who was stabbed to death by the evil Thea. The middle-aged man outside the door was old Robert, who had just returned from his studies. After that, time passed even faster. Old Robert continued to fight criminals and launched a war of revenge against Malcolm. What he didn't know was that when he and Malcolm fought and killed Moira by mistake, the rebellious Thea had been watching not far away. After witnessing this tragedy in a short period of time, and learning about her past from Moira's confession before her death, the rebellious Thea suddenly collapsed. Old Robert still treated her as his own daughter, but the rebellious Thea couldn't bear this deep affection. After 2 years of awkwardness, just before the knot between father and daughter was about to be untied, a sharp sword as black as ink with blood-red runes drawn on it killed her. This was the first time that Thea had seen the dark version of herself. He had pitch-black armor and a cold gaze. If the image of her sacred sword was that of a certain Toria, then this guy was the dark version of my king. It seemed that she might not be able to defeat her. The dark version was definitely not a god. There was no doubt about it. However, Thea felt that her power was somewhat similar to that of a ghost. They both had the ability to manipulate the rules and rewrite the rules at will. The other party didn't pursue things like divine power and godhood. Instead, she went to an even more terrifying state. After eliminating a few impossible options and combining various plots, Thea had a rough guess. Eclipse. This dark version of her was possessed by Eclipse. Chapter 679. Tian Shi was Spectre's predecessor. He was also God's vengeful spirit, but he was later sealed in the heart of darkness. This was something that very few ordinary people could come into contact with God's power when they were still young. It was easy to use. After finding the heart of darkness, the process was automatic. As for whether the person who possessed the heart of darkness or Tian Shi, she didn't know. Other than that, Thea really couldn't imagine that an ordinary person who didn't understand the plot could reach a place higher and further than her. She laughed self-deprecatingly. How ironic. She was on the side of justice, trying to understand the shadow of the giant beast to fight against the dark version of herself who had obtained God's power. The dark version of herself came and went quickly. She glanced at old Robert, who was shooting arrows crazily, and stepped out of a light screen, disappearing on the spot. Thea also felt that this kind of teleportation was familiar. Spectre teleported her like this too. Old Robert hugged Thea's body with tears streaming down his face and soon fainted. Thea couldn't do anything now. Everything had already happened. She was just a spectator. She vaguely understood some things, but she still needed to verify it. Old Robert was a good person. A light blue, almost transparent figure appeared beside her. Thea felt a little bit of the power of hope from it, but more of a completely unfamiliar power. The light blue figure showed a gentle smile. Let's get to know each other. I'm Thea Quinn. Thea had a strange expression. She shook hands with her other soul. The other soul could actually see her. I was too stubborn and ignorant before, I let old Robert down. Right, there's a voice in the dark telling me that you're also Thea Quinn. How is that possible? Is it just the same name? The light blue figure seemed to be very talkative. Even though she just died, she wasn't too sad. She chatted with Thea curiously. Not only do we have the same name. My father is Robert, my mother is Moira, and my brother is Oliver. The difference between us is just a little bit of coincidence. Seeing that Thea didn't believe her, she tapped on her soul and transmitted a part of her memory. With a little modification, she, accidentally, found out about her past, joined a company, learned martial arts, and so on. She showed it all to Thea. Oh my God. I never knew I had this kind of orientation, and you're with Wonder Woman. Thea patted her shoulder and said excitedly. Her focus was obviously different from the others. She was only interested in the battles at the beginning, and she only became interested when they arrived at Paradise Island. This made Thea speechless. This funny and gossipy person was definitely not her. However, seeing that she was laughing happily, the eldest young miss was also happy. The two women who had 70 to 80 points of beauty were laughing cheerfully like two fools. Interesting. Your life is really wonderful. I admire you very much. The soul Thea looked at her happily, her eyes flashing with hope. It's a pity that I'm already dead. Thea Quinn from another time and space, carry on bravely with this brilliance and your perseverance. Soul Thea said quietly. A few more figures appeared behind her. The gloomy Malcolm, Oliver who was still a playboy, Moira who was full of concern, and the few relatives who had passed away in this world were all silently looking at her. You're also our daughter, little sister. Our path has come to an end, but your world is still very far away. Carry on our expectations and live a wonderful life for us. The few souls had different expressions, but the concern in their eyes could not be faked. Thea, who was also a soul, did not know how to respond. Her usually quick-witted mind seemed to have stiffened. If she had a body now, she was afraid that she would cry. She calmed herself down and nodded firmly at the few souls. I will. I must reach the highest peak. Although you are not the few people I know, I will carry on your wishes. The few souls hugged her one by one, and turned into nothingness under her gaze. Take care of old Robert for me, please. She hugged Thea tightly. The other party whispered softly in her ear, and then disappeared completely. Was it sad? Actually, it was not very sad. The eldest young miss was very clear that if she invested too much emotion in this world, it would be unfair to her relatives in her own time and space. To a certain extent, the living could not be compared to the dead. But for her to smile indifferently, she really could not do it. Looking at old Robert who had fainted not far away beside the rebellious Thea's corpse, she seemed to be saying to the air, but also to herself. I will take good care of him. Don't worry. The illusory world began to return to its original color. Thea's consciousness returned to her body and found that she was still in a reclining position. The shadow still seemed to be eternal, quietly hovering in front of her eyes. There was an additional power in her body. Although the attributes were different, Thea immediately recognized this familiar power. It was the source. A newly born source that needed to be nurtured slowly. Unlike Diana, the long-legged goddess divine power mainly came from the blessings of the Greek gods. She only had the part that she was born with as the daughter of Zeus, so her nurturing process would be very slow and time-consuming. Thea was a god herself. Her divine power had been purified several times, and it completely belonged to her. Although the divine power of trade and wealth did not completely match the new source, since this source had found her, it meant that there must be something in common. Thea patiently communicated with each other and tried to pour divine power into the source to complete the nurturing process as soon as possible. The conversion rate was not high, which meant that it had something to do with her original godhood. But the connection was not big. Optimistically, it would take a month to completely fuse. At first, Thea thought that this new source was related to the original godhood through language deception, but she soon discovered that this was not the case. This new source was grander and deeper into the laws. And according to the common understanding, it was not very bright. Without staying in the subspace for too long, Thea returned to Earth 2 and focused on deciphering the new source. After spending an entire day, the new source had grown by less than 5%, but her godhood was already foreseeable. When the results came out, she was a little stunned. Her talent tree seemed to be a little crooked. The name of this source was soul. The connection between soul and the trade of wealth was not big, but forcefully deciphering it could be somewhat related. Thea felt that this was because she had observed the shadow of the ferocious beast. The entire world had helped Thea with the help of soul. To be honest, soul was definitely not bright, but it was definitely not evil. It was very much in line with her path of neutrality. The depth of the soul determined that this origin energy was equivalent to 2 or 3 times that of a normal origin energy source. Once he absorbed all of it, he would have no problem beating the Great Plains wolf. Perhaps by then, he would be the 3rd most powerful being under Darkside. However, nurturing the new source would take some time. After that, she would still need to familiarize herself with it. It was impossible to fight in 3 days. Delaying it to a month was imperative. Chapter 680. How could she drag this out for a month? Thea's beautiful eyes darted around. Putting up a truce sign was definitely not going to work. Putting aside the problem of morale, the Great Plains wolf who was hiding in the basement practicing his axe would not agree to it either. Both sides were ready to fight to their heart's content. No one would be able to accept it if the date of the battle was delayed by a month. She had to find a reason that both sides could accept. Thea scratched her head and started thinking. However, it was useless. She could not pretend to be sick or slack off on purpose. After all, there were still 2 big shots in the outer realm watching her. It was useless to fool these people in front of her. What should she do? She had wanted to finish the battle as soon as possible, but now she wanted to drag it out. Life was unpredictable. Suddenly, a thought entered her mind. It was not her own thought, but an external thought. Or rather, it was a vague thought given to her by the world's will. Is it because I have the divine position of the soul that the world's will, which is a collection of souls, responded to me? She immersed herself in it and tried to listen to the information that the world was transmitting to her. It was very messy. The world's will was not completely made up of souls. Her understanding of the divine position of the soul was also very shallow, so she could only read a small part of it. However, Thea knew that the clue she needed was on this planet, and it was not far from her. Could someone help her attract the attention of the 2 big shots above? Thea did not think that there was such a talented person on Earth who could attract the attention of the Heavenly Father and Darkside. However, the worlds will seem to be very certain that such a person existed. She tried to search with her spiritual power and supervision. After searching for 5 minutes, she saw a man and a woman. She knew that the world's will was not lying to her. No wonder the shamans liked to ask the ancestral spirits. This was like the Biyao of the magic world. The spirits probably had nothing to do after they died, so they knew all kinds of gossip. Thea did not need to ask the ancestral spirits. She directly asked their leader, the world's will. The search range was larger, and the results were better. Looking at the man and woman hiding in her sight, she smiled happily. Although she did not know why they were hiding here, it was more than enough to buy her a month. She rubbed her smiling face to make herself look more anxious and serious. He ordered his men to summon Olian. The god's 2nd generation arrived very quickly. Although he was the adopted son of the Heavenly Father, his status was not as high as Thea's, the Legion commander. He bowed slightly and respectfully saluted. Your Excellency, are we going to start the war in advance? I'm ready. Olian said excitedly. Thea could not help but raise her eyebrows. If this battle maniac knew that she was trying to stall for time, he would definitely explode. Fortunately, she had found a good reason. She pretended to be very careful and cautious as she gestured for Olian to calm down. Then, she stretched out her hand and used a water mirror spell to show Olian the man and woman that she had found as scapegoats. Scott and Barda? Them? They're in this universe? Olian looked at the man and woman on the screen, as well as Thea's poker face, and he was completely stunned. Red tights, a yellow mask, and a green cape. The color combination was as ugly as it could be. This was the god of concealment, Scott Free. He would become a superhero in the future, and his codename was Mr. Miracle. However, in the eyes of the new gods, this codename was dispensable because he was the biological son of the Heavenly Father. Back then, the Heavenly Father and Darkseid had swapped their sons and formed an alliance. The Heavenly Father took Orion away, while Darkseid took Scott away. Uncle Dad did not have the loving nature of the Heavenly Father. He took Scott back and tortured him for a long time. As the son of the Heavenly Father, Scott did not fall into the darkness. Instead, he worked hard and ran away from the Apocalypse Star. Not only did he run away, but he also kidnapped his kind grandmother, the captain of the Nemesis team, the woman named Barda, to run away with him. The image that Thea showed Orion was the image of the two of them hiding in the middle of America. We have to rescue him. Orion really treated the Heavenly Father as his biological father. He did not have any thoughts of being abandoned by his adoptive father when his biological son came back. That's right, Orion. You're right. This mission is very difficult. I can't act rashly. Immediately bring people to rescue Scott. If necessary, we can give up on this battle and escort Scott back to the new planet of creation first. Thea said resolutely. This touched Orion. Retreating without a fight in the face of the Great Plains wolf was sacrificing Thea's reputation and prestige in the army. She was so loyal to the Heavenly Father. He could not back down. Immediately, under Thea's anxious gaze, he brought a dozen trusted subordinates to look for Scott. Scott was not so easy to find. This guy was the god of concealment, the #1 escape expert in the world. His talents in concealment were probably maxed out. If not for the world's consciousness tipping them off, Thea would not have realized that there was a new god on this planet. From this, it could be seen how good his concealment skills were. And from the looks of it, he only wanted to be with Big Barda and most likely did not want to return to the new planet of creation. But that had nothing to do with Thea. She just needed to buy some time. Seeing a lion rush out, she did not let go of the Great Plains wolf. She sent a message to Votan, the trap, and asked him to hypnotize an ordinary person and leave the image of Scott and Big Barda in the person's mind. Then, they would pretend to be coincidental and be captured by Desard. Knowing that the traitor of the Apocalypse Star was on this planet, the Great Plains wolf and Desard were overjoyed. Capturing the Heavenly Father's son and dealing with the traitor was more meritorious than destroying a universe. As Darkseid's right-hand men, the two of them knew their boss's preferences too well. Destroying a universe was a matter of course. Capturing the traitor was a great achievement. The two of them had a fierce argument about this. In the end, the god of pain's great warlock, Desard, suppressed him on the grounds that Thea did not make a move and the Great Plains wolf should not make a move either. He brought his trusted subordinates to capture Scott. The next few days were bustling with activity. They did not know how they were exposed, but Scott and his wife began to flee. They joined forces with Orion twice to repel Desard. But when Orion turned his head and wanted to catch up with his brother, he found that Scott had run away again. He had no choice but to continue chasing. The three groups of people fled from North America to South America and then to Europe. Along the way, Thea and the Great Plains wolf added more troops to participate in the marathon of the new Protoss race. At the same time, they tacitly restrained their subordinates from starting a war. Scott was really good at running. He could run for thousands of kilometers in silence. Once the war started and fireballs filled the sky, no one would be able to find him. The leaders of both sides had a tacit understanding. No one mentioned the final battle. The confusion of the soldiers was beautifully ignored. The old bat could not sit still. The final battle was supposed to take place in 3 days. Now, it had been more than 10 days, and neither side had made a move. Could it be that the Protoss final battle method was to sit and protest after the two sides could not come to an agreement? It had to be said that this tradition of yours was really intense. Chapter 681. In the face of old Bat's doubts, Thea said that she was not going to take the blame. She sneered. Don't tell me that Earth's army is ready. You mentioned 200,000 soldiers. Have 20,000 arrived in Gotham? I think they will need at least a month to send out their troops. Old Bat was a little ashamed. Earth's army was indeed gathering very slowly. The few leaders did not have the same opinion, and it seemed like they wanted Thea's army to take the lead. To be honest, Old Bat was very tired of such political calculations, but he could not explain the situation and could only leave. Thea was indifferent. Ever since the glorious career of a politician joined the war, the battle was not about who was stronger, but who was worse. History had proven countless times that the not-so-bad could always beat the worse. Don't trust me? It's good that you don't trust me. I'll continue to stay at home. I'm not in a hurry anyway. The scale of the New Gods Marathon was getting bigger and bigger, and the number of participants was increasing. Even a few heroes and villains from Earth 2 who were fast were involved. Speed finally faced the Flash. Flash did not reveal his trump card, but he was beaten up badly by Speed, who was high on drugs. In the end, it was only with the help of Alan Scott, an alien Green Lantern, that Speed was defeated with great difficulty. Desard could not take it anymore and used his trump card, Superman. The evil Superman, who had been completely transformed, joined the battle and beat up the weak heroes on Earth. If not for Khalid, who was wearing the Neb's helmet, seeing that Hawkgirl was in danger, the heroes would have been wiped out. Relying on them to buy time, Thea finally completed the fusion on the 25th day after she obtained the new source. If the deity position was a water tank, then the divine power was the water inside. Thea's original 2 tanks had become 3 tanks. This new tank was an extremely large one. Conservatively speaking, her strength had doubled compared to before. According to Thea's estimations, the Heavenly Father and Darkseid should each have around 10 ordinary divine thrones or 5 divine thrones like Soul. Ordinary new gods, on the other hand, only had 1 or 2 divine thrones. For example, Thea's divine thrones were trade and wealth, and the Council of Nine's divine thrones were wind and tracker. Now that she had obtained the Soul deity position, this deity position was of a higher level than normal deity positions. One deity position might be able to replace 2 or 3 deities. Her strength had undoubtedly surpassed all the new deities except for the 2 deities. The only thing limiting her now was her divine power. It was impossible to just have a water tank without water. However, the requirements for this water tank were very high. She couldn't just pour any kind of water into it. It was a pity that Shazam's gift pack had not been given to Billy Batson, and he did not have any method to convert his divine power. This quick method was not feasible for the time being. Seeing that she still had some time, she left a clone on Earth 2 and returned to Earth to look for her old friend, Sharon, the ferryman of the Styx River. Old Mr. Lonely was initially scared out of his wits by her. Thea had to repeat herself several times before he came back to his senses with lingering fear. Sharon, my old friend, I'm just going to stay on the bank of the Styx River for a few days. It won't affect your business. Thea smiled very happily. The souls in the Styx River were all great nourishment. Anyway, it would be a waste to leave them there, so she might as well take advantage of them. Who's your friend? Old Mr. Lonely was ruined by her. It was said that Hades was sharpening his sword in his bedroom every day just to kill him and vent his anger. Unfortunately, Sharon could not say anything. He could only leave alone and pretend that he did not see Thea converting her divine power on the bank of the Styx River. A large number of souls that had fallen for a long time were filtered out by Thea. Those that had self-awareness were temporarily let go. Those souls that had become muddle-headed were directly converted into soul essence and finally concentrated into divine power. Midway, she went to visit the god of death and the god of sleep. She had to admit that the 2 brothers had high standards. The 2 brothers seemed to have noticed that Thea had obtained the soul deity position. The deity position of a new deity was quite different from the deity position of an old deity. However, the 2 deities still tried to befriend her. On the 28th day after obtaining the new source, the new water tank was finally filled with a thin layer of water. There were too many impurities in the souls of ordinary people. The young mistress sifted through them again and again. After calculating her consumption in battle, she stopped absorbing them and returned to Earth 2 to prepare for the upcoming battle. Relying on the support of the second-generation god, Olion, she finally rescued Mr. Miracle and the god of sleep back to Gotham. However, Thea felt that they might not be willing to be rescued. Your Highness Scott, I am Thea Quinn, the commander of the Magic Legion. Welcome to my residence. She still had to show her respect to this son of the Heavenly Father. Mr. Miracle, who was wearing a green cape and red tights, was shocked. Thea's strength was a little weak now. However, the big shots could see that, but the new deities who were one level lower did not have such insight. Scott Free felt that the woman in front of him was emitting a powerful aura. She was much stronger than the kind Grandma Calabac and the other deities he had met. Respecting the strong was the only thing he learned on planet Apocalypse. Scott hurriedly bowed deeply to show his respect. Big Barda, the former captain of the Nemesis battle team, who wore a golden-horned helmet, fish-scale armor and held a short staff in his hand, was even more obsessed with power. He also bowed to show his attitude. Do the two of you need me to escort you back to the new planet of creation or wait for the battle here to end before returning? The two of them hid under the eyes of the wasteland wolves. This was the most dangerous but also the safest place. After hiding for so many years, they wished that everyone would forget about the two of them and let them live freely. However, he could not say that. Olion had spent a lot of effort to rescue the two of them. Dozens of guards had died in battle. They really could not say that they would just leave. Scott was about to speak when he suddenly saw Thea's expression change drastically. This person, who seemed very strong to him, raised a curtain with a wave of her hand. Following her actions, the entire camp lit up with a defensive magic circle that was as bright as the stars. It was densely packed and layered, and the entire magic circle was connected to the earth, the sky, and the sea. The mages of the army did not know what was going on, but they still followed their training and gathered their own magic into their respective magic nodes. A sky-blue defensive barrier rose. The few of them were confused. They did not understand what Thea was doing. After all, even if the new planet of creation was rich and powerful, it would cost an astronomical amount of resources to raise a formation like this. However, they understood in less than a second. In the sky, a huge shadow of a black iron fist came crashing down on the camp with great force. Dark side. The few new deities who had personally come into contact with it were shocked. They had not sensed anything at all. The enemy did not seem to have expected Thea to react so quickly. However, he did not seem to mind and punched down with his fist. The black aura made them feel hopeless. It was as if it represented the limit of power. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. The whole of Gotham, including the East Coast, felt the power of this punch. The defensive barrier rose just in time. The sky-blue barrier flickered violently in the face of this huge force. In the end, it barely resisted the attack. The Flash ran out quickly. He looked at the spiderweb-covered barrier and the iron fist that had suddenly appeared and disappeared. He wanted to ask what was going on, but he did not know who to ask. Be careful. The second wave of attack is coming. Thea flew into the air and shouted to the people below. The will of the world had been warning her, which allowed her to raise the barrier in advance. The mages below did not hesitate to channel their magic power into the nodes to strengthen the defense. Chapter 682. The second attack came faster than she had expected. Thea could vaguely hear the Heavenly Father's angry roar. It seemed that the Heavenly Father was fighting with Darkseid outside. However, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. She could only rely on herself. Thea could tell that Darkseid was a god of strength. Just like how the god of speed represented speed, this punch also represented strength. The power of the second punch was far beyond the maximum limit of the protective shield. Crack. Even though the shield had been infused with a huge amount of magic power, it still shattered in the face of absolute strength. The shadow of the giant black fist was still flying towards Scott. Olion, on the other hand, was very courageous. He wanted to rush up and block the punch, but Sia had no time to feel sorry for the broken protective shield. She pulled him back. Don't joke around. Can your small body withstand it? Simply put, your mind is too rigid. Why do you have to fight him head-on? Even if he managed to stop the punch with brute force, the damage to Earth would be immeasurable. Earthquakes and tsunamis would be considered minor. In serious cases, the Earth's axis would tilt, and the Earth's orbit would deviate. Xia's hands were emitting waves of spatial energy. Her jade-white fingers were drawing deep symbols in the air. Within a very short period of time, she had opened up a small space with her understanding of magic. Then, she absorbed a trace of Scott's spiritual power and threw it into the small space, pushing and pulling the remaining force of the giant fist into the small space. With a dull thud, both of them turned into nothingness. As if feeling that he had been humiliated, 2 more scarlet rays shot out from a distant and unknown region. The 2 rays crossed the distance between them and shot straight toward Scott. The Dark Lord meant that he would not rest until the traitor was dead. Damn it. Thea was about to curse. Darkseid, you idiot. There were so many opportunities in the past 30 days. Why did you wait until this guy was right in front of you? The Heavenly Father was too weak. He allowed Scott to attack continuously. It was not right to watch the Heavenly Father's son die in front of her. Thea also wanted to see how much of a difference there was between her and such a big shot. Her godly power surged wildly, and she used her soul deity position to communicate with the souls of the entire universe. I'm fighting for your universe, so you should at least contribute, right? Reality proved that the souls were quite loyal. Countless ancestral spirits, totems, and altars flickered with fluorescent light as they responded to the summons and contributed their power. A single portion might not be much, but many grains of sand would make a tower, and many armpits would make a fur coat. When the many soul forces crossed the distance between planets and mixed together, it was extremely impressive. The power of the soul mixed into her eyes. The originally emerald green eyes of obliteration, now nourished by the soul, were overflowing with an aura of life. Bright. It was hard to imagine that a gaze could be described as bright. Both sides' gazes were extremely fast. The scarlet gaze and the emerald gaze collided directly. Obliteration, annihilation, life, death. These opposing energies intertwined with each other. Thea only lasted for 3 seconds before she realized that she was no match for Darkseid. Her only advantage was that Darkseid could see her from another dimension, and she was in the same dimension, so the world's consciousness helped her take some of the pressure. Their gazes formed a channel, allowing Thea to hear the voice of another universe. You are not allowed to hurt my child. This was the voice of the Heavenly Father. The old man sounded very angry. He waved the scepter in his hand fiercely. Today, he was going to teach Darkseid a lesson. On the ground, Orion and Scott heard their father's voice. Tears streamed down their faces. They hated that they were too weak and could not help. Sia, on the other hand, was not touched. This was the boss's responsibility anyway. While the Heavenly Father was holding Darkseid back, she began to study Darkseid's famous Omega Ray with great interest. This ray was very similar to her own ray, but it was more profound. Thea's current ray could only obliterate an individual, but the Omega Ray could obliterate an entire world. The Omega Ray was indeed worthy of its reputation. As for more profound things, she couldn't see through them. After holding on for another 2 seconds, her expression turned bitter. You should take it back. If you don't, I won't dare to take it back. Darkseid was even more embarrassed than her. He did not take the Wasteland Wolf's report seriously. How could the Omega effect from the Wall of Origin be so easily replicated? After a round of attacks, he realized that Thea was far weaker than him. Normally, she was just a strong ant. But today, the Heavenly Father was here. He had to maintain the ray while fighting the Heavenly Father. This was going to be difficult, their rays intertwined, and the blue sky was divided. The upper half of the sky was red, while the lower half was green. The red could not suppress the green, and the green could not attack. What should she do? Even though she had only taken less than 10% of Darkseid's energy, she still felt the pressure. Her subordinates were anxious, but they could not help. The Heavenly Father was also slightly weaker. He could not quickly change the situation. A large number of unconventional forces stopped in the sky. It was a great deal of damage to the entire world. The red and green rays intertwined and attacked each other. The result was a vortex. It was the void formed by the two rays destroying the air. The vortex grew larger and larger, and it had a strong suction force. At first, it was just paper and leaves. Gradually, stones, trees, and even cars and skyscrapers began to disintegrate. Large amounts of debris were sucked into the vortex. The apocalyptic phenomenon attracted countless survivors to come out of their hiding places. Everyone felt that a disaster was brewing in the sky. A few people had already knelt and crossed themselves, praying to God. Thea was sweating. Darkseid's stubbornness was beyond her imagination. The Dark Lord did not care about destroying a universe, but she could not. This universe had given her hope and provided her with a large amount of soul power. She had to protect this world. When it rains, it pours. Just as she was extremely anxious, the great army of Great Plains wolves covered the sky and covered the earth as they came out in full force. Not only were Extreme Speed, Evil Firestorm, Evil Frost Killer, Atomic Smasher, and Dr. Light all present, but of course, the most eye-catching one was Superman, who wore a black tights and a blood-red cape. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and savagery. Seeing that Thea could take on Darkseid head-on, the Wasteland Wolf felt a little scared. The Great Plains Wolf felt a little scared. This was probably the most powerful being aside from his own brother, Darkseid, and the Heavenly Father. Based on his nature, he did not want to charge between the Omega Ray and the Obliteration Ray. These two rays could easily kill him. However, Darkseid was distracted by Thea. Now that the Heavenly Father was at full strength, he had to rely on the Wasteland Wolf to break the stalemate. Chapter 683. In the face of Darkseid's strict orders, the Wasteland Wolf didn't dare to disobey, so he decided to attack with all his troops. His aura surged as he led an army that stretched as far as the eye could see. He took the lead and charged forward with a large axe in his hand. This axe of his had a very mysterious name. It was called the Heaven-Collapsing Earth-Splitting Axe. Protect the commander. Biyao shouted. The situation was clear. Thea was trying her best to hold Darkseid back. With her helping to share the burden, the Heavenly Father's chances of winning were much higher. For the people of the new planet, as long as the Heavenly Father could kill Darkseid, they wouldn't mind sacrificing themselves. "O Lion, go fight the Wasteland Wolf." The blonde adjutant, Biyao, ordered her boyfriend to beat up his second grandpa like a dog. Mr. Miracle, Scott, knew that he was Darkseid's target. Now that Thea was holding him back, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He dragged Barda to meet his old enemy, Dizzard. The other superheroes also found their opponents. It was worth mentioning that Farzad was the adopted son of the Iyer family. He was wearing a blue tights with an S logo and a red cape. He stood bravely in front of the evil Superman. The two Kryptonians didn't waste time talking and immediately started fighting. "Your Majesty, I can't hold on any longer." Thea wasn't admitting defeat. She really couldn't hold on any longer. "Good girl, hold on a little longer." The Heavenly Father could only comfort her. Darkseid was much more powerful than he had expected. Now that Thea was holding back more than 10% of his strength, the Heavenly Father was confident that he could defeat his old enemy. The Heavenly Father, who was usually elegant and dignified, was now like a madman. He attacked Darkseid with his scepter from left to right. Thea couldn't see the battle in the outer plane. She could only sense the intensity of the energy waves and the grandeur of the battle through the intertwining rays. But, the Heavenly Father was still a little weak. He was weaker than Darkseid. He was at least a notch weaker. Did she have the courage to draw her sword against Darkseid? He might not have been able to do so in the past, but now, he had managed to hold on for almost 30 seconds. Darkseid was undoubtedly very powerful. He had at least 5 deity thrones that pointed directly to the deepest part of the laws, but he was not invincible. After clearing away the haze in his heart, he pulled out his saint's sword. The edge of the sword flickered with a fluorescent light as he cheered and waited for the next moment. With the help of the saint's sword, Thea began to communicate with the entire world. Through the soul connection, all intelligent beings, please listen to me. The world needs your help. Be it the living or the dead, be it the brave or the cowardly, lend me a portion of your strength for the sake of your family, loved ones, and future generations. Use it to defeat the evil lord. Thea's holy sword began to flash. Using the emotions of hope to control it and gather the power of the soul, Thea was confident that the next attack would be world-shaking. The birds in the sky stopped on the branches of the trees, and countless fish floated to the surface of the water. Many humans felt a long-lost peace in their hearts. Many souls who had been dead for a long time had returned to the human world. They glanced at the present world and flew into the distance with smiles on their faces. The bells of the temples kept ringing, and the chanting continued. Although the sacred grounds of the various religions had been destroyed by the Great Plains wolf, they still gathered the power of faith in the ruins and flew into the distance. The ancestral spirits of Africa and South America walked out of the altars one after another. Many animal spirits that were worshipped by humans also jumped out of the totem poles. Countless light spots began to gather on the saint's sword. It was not just Earth. Almost half of the living beings in the universe were inspired by her. They could understand the words spoken through the soul, and without exception, they all chose to support her. Stop her. Darkseid trembled in anger when he saw this scene from the outside world. What was the Great Plains wolf doing? The enemy was about to unleash her ultimate attack. Did he dare to waste any more time? The Great Plains wolf was no fool. Miss Thea was shaking the earth and the sky. There was no way he could not see it. However, Olion, the grandson of the Great Plains wolf, was entangled with him like a madman. He would fight to the death and would not retreat. The members of the magic army kept throwing magic gems to stop the Great Plains wolf. Those who did not have any magic gems started to pour in their magic power. They were willing to sacrifice themselves just to buy time for Thea. As a close-range deity, there was no way he could break through. Sensing Darkseid's growing dissatisfaction, the Great Plains wolf was frightened. He could only shout a slogan to boost morale. Long live Darkseid. Needless to say, this slogan was so grand that it could be heard thousands of miles away. As if a switch had been turned on, the soldiers and generals of the Apocalypse Star all revealed a crazed and bloodthirsty expression. Long live Darkseid. Long live Darkseid. The group of people charged at the magic army's defense line as if they had been brainwashed. The Great Plains wolf swung his axe like a windmill. He ignored Olion and focused on charging in. Dizzard was the god of pain, and he was also an extraordinary great warlock. He stared at the torrent of souls rushing toward Thea and directly used his power of origin. Blood-red smoke poured out of his body and entangled the souls rushing toward him from all directions. He felt that if Thea could hold off Darkseid, he could also hold her back. However, it was a pity that all the souls in the universe were rushing toward him. He could not hold on for more than 3 seconds. However, for Darkseid, he was trembling all over. Even if his power of origin was greatly damaged, he had to forcibly hold back these souls. Mr. Miracle and Big Barda attacked Dizzard ferociously. The great warlock ignored the two of them and only resisted with his defensive magic. Naturally, he was beaten until he spat out blood. The remaining Apocalypse demon soldiers swarmed over. The magic army desperately released their magic power to kill the enemies, but the defense line was still shrinking. For Darkseid. Among the soldiers, the evil Superman's eyes were bloodshot. He used a feint to shake off the inexperienced Farzad and flew toward Thea in an arc. Stop him. The blonde adjutant, Becca, had already joined the battle. He was covered in blood. Facing the high-speed evil Superman, he gathered 10 advanced mages and jointly set up a large-scale illusion. Oh no, he has a psychic shield. Becca was shocked. The evil Superman ignored the mages and flew over their heads, heading straight for Thea. You can't pass. Just when he was less than 100 meters away from Thea, a sky-blue energy shield stopped him. Old Robert, who was wearing a power armor, clenched his fists and took out two long swords surrounded by electric light. He fiercely pounced on Superman. The power armor was Thea's original water armor. Considering that the soul Thea wanted her to take care of her father, she had no choice but to give it to the bankrupt old Robert, who only had a bow and arrow. Regardless of whether it was suitable or not, the survival rate was at least 80% higher. The evil Superman looked at old Robert as if he was looking at an animal waiting to be slaughtered. The corner of his mouth curved into a cruel smile. Just as he was about to say something, a dark green spear pierced his body. Another black armor came out of stealth mode. Two figures stood side by side in front of Thea, blocking the evil Superman. Chapter 684. This armor style. This is what he left behind, right? Evil Superman pulled out the spear with all his might. He looked at the green tip of the spear and looked at the black armored man with a hint of nostalgia. Old Bat's voice came from inside. That's right. This is the anti-Superman armor. Humph, anti-Superman? You don't understand the true meaning of power. Evil Superman quickly got rid of the memory and tried to go around the two. Unfortunately, the Superman of this world was still not good at martial arts. Old Bat and Old Green Arrow relied on their power armor and skillful martial arts skills to hold back Superman. Soon, four Zod joined the battle. Even evil Superman could not get away from the three of them. With so many people helping to buy time, Thea did not have time to thank them. She was very busy at the moment. She kept using the laser function while gathering the soul power of the world. The good news was that the wasteland wolves had destroyed the world, and Desard could not even stop 1/10 of them. She did not need to spend much effort to gather soul power. Come on. Souls kept entering the Holy Sword. There were Thea Quinn, Batman, Diana, and even more strangers. They all cheered Thea on and expressed their wish to defeat the enemy and save the world. The light gathered on the Holy Sword became brighter and brighter. The hope and expectation of all life was on this sword. Darkseid. Come and receive the revenge of the world. Thea swung the sword at the sky. A fluorescent light lit up at the tip of the sword. It became brighter and brighter until it surpassed the concept of light. It carried an irresistible force as it rushed toward the outer world. Bastard. You're asking for it. Darkseid could not take it anymore. It was not embarrassing to be defeated by the Heavenly Father. After all, they had been rivals for tens of thousands of years. But if he was slapped by a new god, he would lose all his face. Fury filled Darkseid's chest, and he retracted the ray. Using the ultimate power, he gathered all the power in his body to meet the sword light. The sword light, which carried the hope of countless intelligent lives and the hope of many souls in the world, could not resist the most domineering power. It was shattered by Darkseid's furious strike. However, in his anger, he had forgotten that there was a powerful enemy beside him. Seeing that Darkseid had made such a huge mistake, the Heavenly Father didn't hesitate at all. He struck Darkseid's shoulder with his scepter. The Heavenly Father had used too much force, and his divine artifact, the scepter, was now covered in cracks. Darkseid's situation was even worse. His divine body had been injured, and he was forced to retreat to Revelation Star. The Heavenly Father hesitated for a moment. His subordinates were not by his side, so he did not dare to directly charge into the enemy's headquarters. The two big shots originally only wanted to test each other, but they didn't expect the fight to be so fierce in the end. Darkseid needed to recuperate, and his divine artifact needed to be repaired. The Heavenly Father looked at Earth too with lingering fear. In the face of Darkseid's furious strike, even with the help of the world's will, Thea could not withstand it. She spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Her vision darkened, and her head felt heavy. She wished she could just sit on the ground. However, her subordinates were right in front of her, and the young mistress wanted to save her face. She leaned on the holy sword with both hands and forced herself not to fall. Is he really that powerful? When the Great Plains wolf saw this, he was slightly dazed. The Heavenly Father had been the one bearing the brunt of the Omega Ray earlier. If he wanted to boast, he could say that he had withstood Darkseid's attack. That wave of attack was too weak, and the Great Plains wolves could still accept it. But now? The two of them had exchanged blows with Darkseid's furious punch. Even though they were in a sorry state, no one would object to Thea's claim that she had withstood Darkseid's punch. This guy seems to be stronger than me. The Great Plains wolf could not help but think. At the very least, he would not have been able to withstand Darkseid's full-powered attack. Just as he was lost in thought, he sensed hostility from the outside world. The Heavenly Father. The Great Plains wolf was shocked. The Heavenly Father had attacked him. In an instant, he connected the dots and connected the dots. The Heavenly Father did not break the rule that forbade the two of them from attacking the new gods. The Heavenly Father was a man of fairness. He had attacked because Darkseid had attacked Thea. An eye for an eye. In the pursuit of fairness, he had to return the favor. As for whether or not the Great Plains wolf had killed his wife, only the person involved knew. Although it was not as powerful as the spirit hand, the Heavenly Father still slapped the Great Plains wolf. "Stop him for me," the Great Plains wolf ordered frantically. He did not have Thea's abilities, so he could only rely on his subordinates. A large number of Apocalypse devils tried to stop the giant hand without regard for their own casualties. Unfortunately, the Apocalypse devils were reduced to dust by the aftershock of the giant hand. Just as the Heavenly Father was laughing coldly, a figure leaped into the air and caught the giant hand from below. They were in a stalemate. How could a mortal be capable of this? The Heavenly Father was a little confused when he saw the man in the black suit and red cape. However, he still suppressed the hand with more force. The evil Superman was suddenly under great pressure, and his body began to crack. After 3 seconds, he could no longer bear the burden. A look of relief appeared on his face, and he turned into dust. The Great Plains wolf took advantage of the time that Superman had bought to escape the giant hand's attack. He was sent flying thousands of meters away by the aftershock. He looked at the crater on the ground with lingering fear. He had sacrificed his strongest fighter and was injured by the aftershock of the giant hand. The Great Plains wolf was heartbroken, but the good news was that he was still alive. The Heavenly Father looked at the ashes that Superman had turned into and thought. It was a pity that he did not kill the Great Plains wolf. However, due to the rules, he did not continue to attack. This time, he had relied on Thea's help to injure his nemesis. It would be inappropriate if he did not reward her. The Heavenly Father's gaze pierced through space and looked at Earth too. The young lady was standing on the battlefield, holding on to her sword and trembling. He could not bear to see her in such a pitiful state. Perhaps it was because he wanted to drag her to Darkseid again. He could see the deity's seat of souls. He thought about the deity's seat of souls that he had in his possession. After some thought, the Heavenly Father took out a dazzling ball of light and threw it down. The young lady had tried her best to act pitiful, and she finally received something. When the ball of light appeared in front of her, she was shocked. The Heavenly Father was using the source as a reward. This is what you deserve. You need to continue to work hard for justice. The Heavenly Father's voice was as gentle as ever. End the battle as soon as possible. We have already won this time. Also, this universe has paid a great price to fight Darkseid. You need to appease them well. I understand, Your Majesty. Thea took the source. It was not a new source, so she could read all kinds of information directly. Literature. The Heavenly Father had given her a deity position of literature. In this chaotic era, it could be said to be the weakest deity position. Its development prospects were far inferior to trade and wealth, let alone souls. In this era, and even in ancient times, there were no strong deities of literature. Be it the Muse in Greek mythology or Romer from Mars, they were all deities of literature. Now, one of them was lying dead, and the other was completely corrupted. However, the young lady did not mind. With so many deities of literature, she could be picky. She was far from that level. She had learned a lot from exchanging blows with Darkseid. Darkness, evil, strength, tyranny, and slaughter. These were the main deities of literature in Darkside. Perhaps there were a few minor deities of literature. Thea's deity position was only the soul. Her deities of literature were slightly inferior, and the other two were mostly auxiliary. She looked at the deity position of literature, but she did not have the time to study it in detail. She could not continue to act pitiful after receiving the benefits. Besides, she had recovered a little. Even though her body was still sore, Thea still raised her holy sword. Darkside has lost. Darkside has lost. Chapter 685. Thea held her holy sword and went straight for the Great Plains wolf. Benefiting from her battle with Darkside, Olion, who was covered in blood, retreated to the side to recover. The sword and the axe clashed, but the expected scene of heaven and earth shattering and Mars crashing into earth did not appear. Both gods were severely injured. Sia's divine power was almost depleted, and her spirit power was depleted. The wasteland wolf was hit by the aftermath of the Heavenly Father's attack. Half of its blood-red armor was shattered, and a corner of its eye-catching helmet was broken. He was basically on par with Sia, but for the sake of the big shots above him, he had to force himself to fight. Although both gods were exhausted, their attacks were far stronger than the other gods. After a few exchanges, the area within a kilometer was reduced to rubble. All the new gods present were injured. Thea and Olion from the righteous side, Scott Fry and Barda who were captured, and the Great Plains wolf and Dizzard from the evil side. None of them were in good condition. The former captain of the Lady Vengeance, Barda, was a false god. Her injuries were the most serious. Dizzard nailed her to the ground with a blood-red spear. Olion, who had recovered slightly, was working with Scott. The two gods' descendants attacked the great warlock. Regardless of whether she was strong or weak, Sia had 4 god positions, and her recovery speed was the best among the gods. However, her physical strength attribute was still not as good as the Great Plains wolves. It was not wise for a magic god to fight a warrior god in close combat. She raised her hand and cast 2 meteor spells to repel the Great Plains wolf. She then took out her fortune bow. Shio shio shio, the sound of air being torn apart did not stop. One golden arrow after another shot towards the Great Plains wolf. As the commander of Darkside's army who had conquered countless worlds, the Great Plains wolf was extremely experienced in battle. Thea wanted to increase the distance between them and buy time. She wanted to gain the upper hand with her powerful recovery ability. Of course, the Great Plains wolf would not let her do as she wished. He held the axe in his right hand and the sword in his left. Thea began to shoot rapidly. Arrows rained down on the Great Plains wolf's head. Hack, hack, chop, slice. The Great Plains wolf dashed left and right, its 2 weapons dancing like a windmill. The distance between the 2 gods was rapidly closing. When he cut down another arrow, he felt something strange in his hand. Where is my sword? It stared dumbfoundedly at the giant sword running into Thea's hands, while it had a pair of boots in its hands. Even though the Great Plains wolf was experienced and knowledgeable, it was still stunned for a moment. That pair of boots belonged to Hades. No matter if it was Thea or Diana, both of them politely declined the boots that they had been wearing for who knows how many years. No matter how powerful a divine artifact was, they wouldn't want it. Now, he could take advantage of the opportunity to force a trade and hand it over to the Great Plains wolf. It wasn't that he couldn't exchange a single copper coin for a divine equipment, but it would consume too much of his god power of trade. Now, this pair of boots was just right. Thea sized up the huge sword in her hand. It was this sword that killed the Diana of this spacetime. Perhaps it was also this sword that killed the Empress of Heaven? The Great Plains wolf lived up to his name as the god of hatred. His ability to attract hatred was top-notch. He was born with a mocking face that made people want to beat him up. Thea put away the huge sword. This sword wasn't suitable for her. She would study it later and decide whether to give it to Diana or the Heavenly Father would be fine. While the Great Plains wolf was stunned, arrows rained down on him again. This time, the Great Plains wolf didn't dare to take the arrows head-on. He wanted to throw away the boots in his hand, but when he realized that they were a divine artifact, he hesitated for a moment and put them away. If he couldn't take the arrows head-on, then he could only dodge them. He was also good at dodging, but his charge was interrupted. Coupled with his fear of Thea's strange ability, he couldn't get within 100 meters of her anymore. They were in a stalemate, and Thea finally had the time to observe the battle. The battle had started very hastily. No one had expected Darkseid to ambush Scott. Then, a series of unforeseen events happened, and the battle started prematurely. It could be said that both sides were unprepared at the beginning of the battle. Even though the Apocalypse demons weren't prepared, they still managed to catch the Magic Legion off guard with their overwhelming numbers. 100 Apocalypse demons for one, or 1,000 Apocalypse demons for one. Due to the sheer number of Apocalypse demons, her legion suffered heavy casualties in the beginning. After that, the Magic Legion relied on countless magic gems to stabilize the battle. Many high-level magicians joined the battle. The human commanders weren't idiots either. They realized that the situation was critical and gave up on arguing. They joined the battle on the front line. The few superheroes that the young mistress regarded as weak were fighting a bloody battle and barely managed to resist the Apocalypse demons' attack. When news of Darkseid's defeat spread, the morale of both sides rose and fell. The scales of victory began to tilt towards the side of justice. At least 70 to 80,000 people in her legion had died. Thea was a little sad to see this. Many of the dead were personally taught by her. She had brought them here to participate in the battle, so she should take them back with her. The continuous barrage of arrows forced the Great Plains wolf to retreat. She ordered Olion to continue attacking his second grandpa to buy herself some time. Thea started chanting spells loudly. It was impossible to revive the dead on the spot. Even the Heavenly Father couldn't do it, let alone her. She used a legendary heavenly summoning spell to change its appearance. She mixed in her soul divine power and expanded its range to cover the entire battlefield. In less than 10 seconds, the Great Plains wolf chopped Olion twice with his axe. He was afraid of Thea's spells and wanted to rush over to stop them. However, Olion was too tanky and stopped him. Seeing that the spells had been released, the Great Plains wolf thought of the acid cloud that covered the entire city last time. He wanted to run, but when he focused, it didn't seem to be very powerful. The magic power swept across everyone's hearts like a spring breeze. The righteous faction felt warm. Increased power? Didn't seem to have increased. Recovered strength? Didn't seem to have increased either. The Apocalypse demons were half machines. They didn't feel anything. Only the members of the Magic Legion seemed to feel something different. They didn't believe that their mighty commander would do something useless. Soon, the answer was revealed. Luca, is that you? My brother. Alyssa, my love, you've been revived. The soldiers of the Magic Legion were surprised to see the familiar figure appear beside them again. I'm the god of souls. I have the responsibility to bring the souls of the dead back to the new star of creation. Brothers and sisters who died in battle, vent your power on evil once again. Thea raised her arms and shouted. Wow! The entire Magic Legion was in an uproar. The new gods were worthy of being long-lived. In order to defeat evil, they could give up their lives. They thought that this was a hammer deal. Now, it seemed that they had half a life. What else was there to say? The living began to fight bravely. The dead were no longer restrained by their bodies and were immune to all physical attacks. Their mental strength also increased sharply. They continuously threw spells at the enemy. Ah! Kill! Olion, the fanatic, was also very excited. He punched continuously and forced the Great Plains wolf, who was stronger than him, to retreat. Chapter 686. There was no way to fight this battle. Although the enemies weren't resurrected, they could still survive on the battlefield for a period of time by relying on the power of the soul. The Apocalypse Magic Legion, which had already lost more than half of its members, couldn't hold on much longer against the Magic Legion that was full of people. The Great Plains wolf saw his subordinates retreating and Thea acting as if she was going to attack him. he quickly ordered a retreat. Losing was not scary, as there were many soldiers on the Apocalypse Star. What was scary was dying. He still wanted to live for a few more years. On the other side, the great warlock Desard, who had the upper hand, was also afraid of death. He gave up on the two gods' descendants and ran with the Great Plains wolf. The Apocalypse demonic army soldiers on the battlefield turned around and ran as if it was the end of the world. The Magic Legion's morale was greatly boosted. Although they had suffered heavy casualties, they still gave chase with 120% of their strength. The young mistress did not need to give chase. She did not have the strength to do so. Her divine power, magic power, and mental strength were almost depleted. If a new god jumped out, she would have to teleport away. Fortunately, the strong enemies on the battlefield were all injured, and each was more serious than the last. She could only pretend to fight until the end of the battle. The Great Plains wolf did not dare to stay any longer. He met up with the great warlock Desard, who was also in a miserable state, and returned to the Apocalypse Star with more than half of his troops injured or dead. After the battle, the souls were stored in her wealth dimension. She was going to bring them back to the new planet of creation. Yes, to her, souls were also a kind of wealth. It was just that her conscience did not allow her to lay her hands on her own people. They had already agreed that the Magic Legion would only need to defeat the Great Plains wolf. They would not participate in the war between the Earth's armies. The remaining Earth's villains dispersed. The only achievement was that Caitlin cooperated with the Eagle Girl to kill the evil Frost Killer. They cleaned up the battlefield and collected the corpses of their comrades. Although the Magic Legion won the battle, their casualties were shockingly high. Starting from Legion Commander Thea, 15 high-level mages died in battle. The rest were all injured. More than 100,000 elites died in battle. The death rate of the Legion was as high as 15%. Meanwhile, Father's personal guards, led by Olion, suffered even more casualties. In order to protect the Magic Legion, the personal guards faced powerful enemies on the front line. Only a few hundred out of the original 30,000 were left. Olion himself was also slashed by the Great Plains wolves and was covered in blood. Most of the blood was his own. The Magic Legion lacked close combat abilities. Thea was a little sad to see the huge damage. Many of the casualties were very talented. Her initial plan for the Legion was to just cast spells from the back. She did not expect that they would have to fight close combat. Now that they were facing hundreds of millions of apocalypse demons, a bunch of problems immediately arose. The mages were fierce, there was no doubt about that, but their advantage in firepower was not fully utilized, and they suffered heavy losses in the first wave of attacks from the Great Plains wolves. After that, they relied on throwing gems and high-grade mages to hold on. When they reorganized the army again, they had to add close combat fighters as the first line of defense. The young miss was reflecting. The people in the army did not blame her. It was because the number of victories was too few, especially this time when it was a great victory. After Thea announced that the Heavenly Father had injured Darkseid, many of the Heavenly Father's diehard fans began to turn into Thea's diehard fans. Even those who had lost their friends and family felt that this was a rare victory. They were not afraid of sacrificing themselves. There was nothing that they would not give up for justice. This was how the ordinary people of the new generation thought. Furthermore, their souls had been preserved, so they could accept this result. The army stayed in the same place for a day. The Flash did not disappoint. He used his speed and Psyker's shockwave to defeat Extreme Speed. At the last moment, the Flash did not kill him. Instead, he threw Extreme Speed to the Time Undead, who took him away and turned him into a bolt of black lightning. The damage to the universe was too great. Previously, Neb had absorbed half of the power of order. Then, Thea and Darkseid fought each other. The energy filled with the power of laws was too much for the world to bear. In the end, the sword light that carried hope was shattered. It was not obvious from the outside, but in reality, the world was already on the verge of collapse. Thea had benefited a lot from the world's consciousness. She could not bear to see the universe explode into ashes. She pulled out the holy sword again and collected the sword light that dark side had shattered. A ball of energy gathered by the light of the holy sword. Let's call it holy light. The young mistress was dizzy and could not think of a good name. She could only copy it. She placed this ball of light that was mixed with the world's consciousness and souls in the ruins of the metropolis. Holy light would slowly repair the damage to the world and bring hope and courage back to the world. As for whether ordinary people could use it to become holy knights, she did not know. Take care, old Robert. Finally, it was time to say goodbye. Thea first sent the army back to the new generation planet before saying goodbye to a few familiar faces. Take care of your family. I'm glad to see you. Old Robert hugged Thea warmly and patted her back. The old bat and his son seemed to be made from the same mold. Even when it was time to say goodbye, he still wore a mask. The lines below his nose were stiff, which explained the fact that he had facial paralysis. With the medical technology of the new generation planet, he had regained most of his lost life. Conservatively speaking, he could live for another 10 years or so. After shaking hands with him, Thea knew that he would not go to her world to see Batman. She did not continue the topic. After saying goodbye to Hawkgirl, Khaled, Alan Scott, Dr. Harrison and his daughter, Thea returned to her original dimension with the Flash Squad. She walked around. This Earth was very peaceful. The economy was prosperous and the society was stable. Thea was sore all over. She planned to rest for the night with the Valkyrie and return to the new generation planet the next day. Where did you go this time? You seem to be stronger, Diana whispered in the middle of the night. She was happy that her lover was getting stronger. However, the gap between them seemed to have widened. This made her a little anxious. Thea slapped her forehead and sat up quickly. She had no idea how to deal with the incubator before. Now that she had cultivated one, she was full of experience. She took out the great sword of the Great Plains wolf and handed it to Diana. Look at this sword. The Valkyrie looked at it and frowned. I don't like the aura of this sword. She thought that her lover was going to give her a weapon. If she did not like it, she did not like it. There was no need to pretend. Although she was straightforward, she was still afraid that her lover would be unhappy. She looked at it carefully. Silly. Thea looked at her conflicted expression and kissed her forehead happily. She coughed and cleared her throat. This sword killed Diana Prince in the other world. That's why you hate it. The Valkyrie's eyes lit up instantly. She was lying on the bed lazily, but she suddenly sat up. Her indescribable body shook as well. This made Milady's heart itch. You went to the parallel dimension? What was it like? Listen to me. After obtaining the god's position of art and literature, Sia's eloquence was getting better and better. She began to describe Earth too. There should be a part of Diana's soul left in this sword. If you can communicate with her, your guardian position will be fused quickly. Thea was very sure of this. Diana's starting point was too high. However, everything in the world maintained an invisible fairness. It was 100 times harder for her to improve compared to Thea. There was no process of going from weak to strong. Even if divine power was formed naturally, she lacked the most important breakthrough in her state of mind. She could not break through the inherent shackles. This was the main reason why Diana had not become a new god. Chapter 687. Leveling her up to level 1 and training her from scratch would definitely not work, so listening to the other Diana story was also a good idea. After listening to Thea's explanation, the long-legged goddess immediately put on her armor, opened the window, and flew to Paradise Island to cultivate. She was going to take the final step. Thea, who was abandoned, hugged her pillow and slept alone for a night. She returned to the new planet at dawn. The most pressing issue was how to deal with the many souls. Referring to the underworld, she first went to the Heavenly Father and suggested building a small realm where souls could be reincarnated. Thea, the new gods are different from the old gods. Not only us, but Darkseid also doesn't have such a realm. All the new gods are like my children. I don't want to see them die, but there's nothing I can do because of the rules. Thea had already noticed this. She only took the souls of the new gods. The souls of the earthlings dissipated in their original world. The apocalyptic demons didn't have souls at all. If she wanted to build a place like the underworld, she would need the key divine positions of death, destiny, record, and time. Of course, souls were also indispensable. The birth rate of the new gods was similar to that of pandas. The death of one of the heavenly fathers was enough to make them sad. There was nothing they could do in the past, but now Thea could do something with her divine position of soul. She called the god of knowledge, Mithran, and the three of them researched for a long time. In the end, they came up with a fake, shrunken version of the underworld. Thea learned a lot about how to deal with the dead from Mithran. The Heavenly Father also took out his treasury and used her divine power to create a top-level divine artifact. It was a divine artifact that functioned like the 8 treasures pool of virtue. All the souls of the new gods could pass through it once and return to the new planet the next time they reincarnated. It was important to note that the ordinary people of the new planet and the apocalypse planet were randomly born on the 2 planets. It was possible that they would be warriors of the new planet in one life and civilians of the apocalypse planet in the next. Although the ordinary people of the apocalypse planet lived in dire straits, there were still quite a number of commoners. The kind grandmother and the defector Madelon had both ascended to godhood as commoners. If they locked the souls of their own side, they would only be able to enter and not leave. In the future, the people who would come would be the other side's people. The population of the new creation planet was increasing while the population of the revelation planet was decreasing. In the long run, their chances of winning would be much higher. After that, Thea placed the pool of reincarnation in the side hall of the central square. She put more than 100,000 souls into it. According to the fertility rate here, they would have a chance to be reincarnated after waiting in line for 80 to 100 years. Referring to Wotan's experience, she also gave the souls a choice. They could choose to lower their aptitude and be reborn with their memories, live happily with their families, or directly reincarnate and become a new person. She only had time to think about her own army after she was done with the affairs of her race. First of all, she was definitely on Darkseid's blacklist. In the next battle, the Magic Legion would definitely be targeted. The establishment of the melee profession was imminent. Searching through her memories and combining it with her own abilities, she found a type of troop that was suitable for her own army, the Spellbreaker. Wearing heavy armor and wielding longswords and kite shields, this group of warriors would be the first line of defense of the entire army. The divine position of literature and art given to her by the Heavenly Father also gave her some new ideas. Considering that many soldiers of the army were limited by their aptitude and might not be able to become a high-grade mage in their lifetime, rather than wasting time, it was better to change professions. Combining her magical knowledge and the divine position of literature and art, she came up with a new profession for the army, a bard who sang songs and sang songs. Did they have melee abilities? Yes. But they were not good at it. Could they cast spells? Yes. They only knew low-level spells. Wearing light armor and wielding a sharp sword, this new profession could be said to be a jack of all trades. It knew everything but was not good at anything. It was very suitable for ordinary people with average attributes. Relying on the high reputation that she had gained from fighting against Darkseid, the recruitment process went very smoothly. She directly recruited 100,000 people. After obtaining their consent, the mana core in their bodies was artificially destroyed. The price was heavy, and they would not be able to cast spells for the rest of their lives. However, the advantage was that the scattered mana would flow through their bodies, greatly strengthening their physical attributes and giving them good magic resistance. The recruitment of other bards was not so smooth. The new creators would rather destroy their mana core to become spellbreakers than learn how to play music and sing. Milady talked her way out of it and only managed to gather 10,000 people. In a way, this also reflected the weak status of the divine position of literature and art. The next day, the Council of Nine convened again. The Heavenly Father first acknowledged the achievements of the gods. He mentioned something that caught Thea's attention. Darkseid's main body is injured. Before his main body recovers, he will not fight in person. Even if he does, he will definitely send a clone to fight. The Justice League was coming. She did not know why Darkseid had set his eyes on Earth in the original spacetime, but she was certain that it was because of her. She was still confident of this. She had attracted his attention, and he wanted to attack her. That meant that his next target would be Earth. The good news was that it would be a clone. Could she defeat his clone? Thea drew a question mark. Even a sword that gathered half of the souls on Earth was destroyed. She did not have much confidence in defeating him. If it did not work, she would have to find 39 companions to fight him together. There is one more thing, Goddess Thea. Now that Wuxia and the others are holding your divine position talisman, they are gathering souls on various battlefields. Many souls that had passed away have been found. This is something worth acknowledging. They are all our brothers and sisters, but the chances of reincarnation are too few. It is really inconvenient for them to all be piled up in the reincarnation basin, the Heavenly Father said after careful consideration. Thea had been busy recruiting soldiers and did not know about this. She looked at the square outside. The square that used to be crowded was now a little gloomy. This was awkward. Those who knew would say that this was the Heavenly Father's base of justice, but those who did not know would think that this was the undead's graveyard. There were too many monks and too little porridge. The birth rate of the new gods had always been low. It could be said that there were not many chances of reincarnation in a year. The Heavenly Father was used to being dignified. He could not tell ordinary people that if they had nothing better to do, they should go home and make babies. They could not wait to be reincarnated. He was embarrassed. He was the God of justice, not one of those indescribable gods. This was not a problem that was urgent, but it could not be ignored. Thea lowered her head and started thinking. Damn it. She could not cook without rice. Without those divine positions, there were many things that she could not do. Like crossing the river in the underworld, the first, second, and third trials, she could not even do the entertainment in the underworld. She only had the divine position of soul. What should she do? Thinking about her recruitment, she suddenly thought of a good idea. Chapter 688. Your Majesty, Army Commanders, I can create a new class for the souls to train normally and fight with the army in times of war. The army commanders were instantly interested. Their combat power was too tight, and having more combat power was a good thing. The 3-meter-tall, manly-looking archer army commander, Lady Canopy, asked, "Is it a magic class? Can our subordinates change classes too?" "I'll name it Soul Walker. It's not just a magic class. In theory, souls of all classes can change classes. I'll come up with the specific training method later." "Okay, let's see the results," the Heavenly Father ordered. Thea chose a soul with the highest overall quality from the reincarnation pool. It was a soldier of Wuxia's cavalry. It was brave and good at fighting, but died in battle when it was in charge of bringing up the rear. When it heard that it could fight for the Heavenly Father as a soul, it agreed without hesitation. Thea didn't waste any time and used her own divine power to complete the transformation. The transformation was completed very quickly. The soul was a little dazed, but it could use its soul power to form a spirit weapon and wave it around. Its martial arts skills were intact. This soul didn't know any magic, but the main function of a soul walker wasn't to fight, but to support and heal. It could use the soul's characteristics to help its allies share the damage. It was immune to physical attacks, and its various resistances were also better than others. The only downside was that if it was killed by magic in its soul form, it would die completely. It wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. The Heavenly Father muttered to himself. He was very unhappy about losing the chance to reincarnate, but he also knew that there was nothing perfect in the world. It was good enough to have half a life after death. Although bringing a bunch of souls to battle would damage his image, the Heavenly Father still agreed to this suggestion under the insistence of the army commanders. Thea could use her own divine power to create one soul, but she wouldn't do it if she had to create 100,000 souls. No one would make such an excessive request. After returning to the living quarters, she organized a general training manual for soul walkers. It was up to the individual how much they could train. The souls had nothing to do. Now that they saw a training manual, they all began to train crazily. It had to be said that soul walkers were mostly magic classes. There were more than 100,000 souls in the magic army, and 30,000 of them successfully became soul walkers. The rest of the cavalry archer army also became 10 to 20,000 soul walkers. No matter how much of a help it would at least give the souls something to do. Thea was busy organizing the combat strength of the army. As for the daily work and employment of the souls, she left it to the Heavenly Father to worry about. There was nothing she could do. The lovebirds, Mr. Miracle Scott-Free and Big Barda, spent less than 15 days on new creation before they bid farewell to their Heavenly Father. According to Scott, it was because they were in love and didn't want to be disturbed. Thea felt that the child had been locked up by Darkseid for hundreds of years and was obviously afraid of meeting strangers. The Heavenly Father was a little disappointed with this son of his, but in the end, he let them go. After everything was on the right track, Thea left her doppelganger to answer all kinds of magic questions and left the rest of the work to her adjutant. She ran back to Earth in the name of recuperating. Her mental trauma was actually not as severe as the last time she brainwashed the firstborn. After all, the will of the world had helped to share more than half of the damage. She was also the attacker and suffered some aftershocks. She would recover after 2 days of rest. She spent most of her time researching the application of the new deity position. The weak deity position of literature and art had not been developed by many gods since ancient times, so it was temporarily put aside. She focused all her energy on the soul and learned a lot about the soul from Mitran. She had to admit that this deity position was too powerful. The soul was the key to creation. Life could only be born when it combined with the body. A body alone was not enough, and a soul alone could not last long. Unfortunately, this powerful deity position was located in the deepest part of the rules. With her current level, it was impossible for her to fully understand it. Without the help of the deity position of death, she always felt that something was missing. Death. Sigh. She could not help but sigh. Death was stronger. It was so strong that she had seen a few death gods, but their paths were all biased in Thea's eyes. Whether it was Hades, Thanatos, or Romer of Mars, they all claimed that they controlled death. Thea could verify it with her own deity position of soul, but they were all wrong. They were either biased or misinterpreted. They controlled death, but it did not represent death. The god of knowledge, Mitran, once said that Darkseid had captured a new god, the Black Runner, and that all people or gods who were touched by him would die. At first, Thea thought that he was Black Lightning, but later she found out that they were two different people. After obtaining the deity position of soul, her perception became clearer. This guy was not the god of death, but the god of soul. According to the classification of the old gods, he should be Thea's subordinate god. All things must die. This was the Black Runner's view of death. His slogan shook the sky, but it was hollow and meaningless. Thea knew that there were many things that were indestructible in this world. She did not believe that the Black Runner would dare to shout, "All things must die," at God's behemoth. The fact that he had been captured by Darkseid proved that his view of death was not as strong as it was claimed to be. Many gods' understanding of death did not satisfy her, but from the current deity positions, Thea was the one closest to the deity position of death. She had a bright future ahead of her. With the deity positions of death and soul, and with her wealth from trade, she was confident that she could fight Darkseid. If she obtained the deity positions of magic and emotion, she might even be able to fight the ghosts. Unfortunately, she was stuck in the middle. She used to be able to kill the big shots with one hit, but now she could only take 2 hits. This was her current situation. She might not be able to deal with the big shots, but against ordinary people and gods, she was invincible. Necromancy spells that targeted souls were like adding wings to a tiger. In front of the new god of souls, there was no such thing as resistance. Thea knew very well that any creature with a soul would die in the face of her necromancy spells. Their will, resistance, and equipment could all be ignored. New gods and old gods could still struggle with their own divine power, but anything below the level of gods would be killed in one hit. Grandma Benevolent's nemesis squad and those fake gods were all in the range of death. Just as she was trying to communicate with and understand souls, a ray of light rose in the sky far away, illuminating thousands of miles. She could see it even from the metropolis. This is... Diana has finally become a god. After identifying the direction, Thea was overjoyed. She teleported to Paradise Island. Diana was shining with golden light. Thea looked at her lover from afar. A ball of golden light surrounded the Valkyrie, and cheers of victory could be heard in the air from time to time. Chapter 689. Unlike Thea, who ascended at the Wall of Origin, Diana could be considered as the first new god born and raised on Earth. Seeing that Diana's aura was rising rapidly, Thea pouted. The main character favored by the world's fate was completely different from a fake main character like her. If she didn't obtain the soul and art deity position, she wouldn't be able to defeat Diana after ascending by relying on trade and wealth. Because Diana didn't only have a guardian deity position, she also obtained a perseverance deity position. An origin appeared in her body abruptly. Guardian was a battle deity position on the outside, while perseverance was a support deity position on the inside. Diana's attributes were still as strong as ever. It was a stark contrast to Thea's late-stage support deity position. After complaining about the difference between a biological daughter and a wild daughter, Diana's ascension entered the final step. The overflowing divine power returned to her body, and her life essence was upgraded. The blessings of the Greek gods were squeezed out of her body. She didn't need any blessings anymore. She reached the position that the Greek gods didn't reach. Feeling the power leaving her, Diana didn't feel too sad. Unlike the stagnation of external divine power, the new deity position's ability was more suitable for her. It was the origin that was most suitable for her. Removing all the excess was like removing a heavy burden. Even with Diana's strength, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. These divine powers seemed to have helped her reach the top, but in fact, they were more restrictive. Like a huge shackle, it locked the possibility of the Valkyrie going up. Thea even maliciously thought that Diana might be the hired thug that old guy Zeus prepared for his own god system. The idea that the gods saw Diana's birth and felt that she was cute, so they blessed her together sounded like nonsense. Those guys couldn't even tolerate their parents and siblings. They fought among themselves and beat each other up. How could the harmonious and friendly Greek gods be so kind? How could the 12 main gods bless her together? Thea didn't believe it at all. It could be seen from the fact that she herself had been pregnant for a month, while Diana, under the love of heaven and earth, had been tossing and turning for more than a year. The Valkyrie had relied on her tenacity and hard work to become what she was. However, when Thea saw that the divine power of the gods was about to fly away, she thought for a moment and decided to keep it. Even if we don't want it, we can't return it to those bastards from Greece. Is this what it feels like to be a god? It feels so good. The Valkyrie completed the last step, and she felt as if her body was about to float. Her voice trembled as she asked her lover, "What happened?" Thea knows that this is the comfort after getting rid of the shackles, and it has almost nothing to do with ascension. However, considering that Diana grew up listening to the great deeds of the Greek gods, she doesn't want to ruin the good impression in her heart. Just as he was about to ask her how she felt, an explosion sounded in the air. Sonic boom channel? Sia looked at Olean with a strange expression as he flew over from the tunnel. The god's son did not expect to meet Thea here. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. "Oh, your universe is very powerful. Army Commander Thea, is this new god your friend?" "He's my lover." "You're here to recruit people under the orders of the Heavenly Father, right?" "We'll be there in a moment. You can go back and report." The more powerful one was, the more practical this saying became. Thea sent the gossipy god's son away with a few words. She still has to deal with the scene. The celestial phenomenon caused by Diana's ascension was so great that it was impossible for satellites to miss it. She gave her mother a simple explanation and came up with an idea. She asked someone to take a stroll in the nearby waters and write a report on the auspicious signs. After that, Thea took Diana to the new planet of creation. The Heavenly Father was overjoyed that another goddess had been born in such a short time. To him, this was a sign that justice would prevail and evil would be defeated. Unlike Thea's wealth, her position as a god was obviously neutral. When the situation was critical, both Darkseid and the Heavenly Father could have recruited her. Now, Diana's position as a god was very positive, and Darkseid would not be interested in her. This just so happened to meet the Heavenly Father's criteria. After the daily welcome speech, the right to speak was decided by the power of the fist. Thea had originally hoped that Diana would establish an army to work with her. However, although the Valkyrie was no longer bound, she still felt a strong sense of belonging to Greece. It would be difficult for her to change her allegiance and fight for another god. Thea thought about it and agreed. If Diana had an army, given their close relationship, it would be very detrimental to the Heavenly Father's rule. Strength was respected, but politics was something that had to be discussed when it was necessary. Wasn't God powerful enough? In order to not destroy the multiverse, he had to compromise with the behemoths, let alone the little gods. Diana chose the belligerent god's son, Orion, and the two of them fought back and forth for dozens of rounds. Having just ascended, Diana did not understand many of the characteristics of the divine power. The power of the previous gods had disappeared, and part of her strength had been suppressed. In the end, Diana was defeated. The Heavenly Father felt that it was a pity, but more than that, he was glad that the newcomer was not that strong. If a strong newcomer like Thea, who was even stronger, it would be detrimental to the Heavenly Father's rule. This was good. Diana's position was soon confirmed. She would be Orion's assistant, and together, they would be in charge of the Heavenly Father's personal guards. Other things aside, Diana's golden protective divine power made her look more majestic than Orion, the god of violence, who was covered in black gas. The Heavenly Father trusted his adopted son very much. It was just that Orion's appearance wasn't good. He was standing in the middle of the group, shining brightly, while there was a person covered in black aura beside him. It didn't seem to match. The current Diana was perfect. Thea dragged Diana to Heate to make a set of equipment for her. The war goddess, who also liked forging, got along well with Heate. Heate, who looked like a robot to Thea, created a good luck talisman for Diana. This talisman was not a scam that could be sold for 5 RMB. Just like the lasso of truth, this talisman could be considered a top-level divine weapon. It contained a trace of mysterious luck, and it could turn misfortune into good luck. Of course, luck was not absolute. If the giant beast was prepared to destroy the world, no matter how good one's luck was, it would be useless. Diana's armor was previously modified by Heate, and there was no need for a new one. It was rare for Heate to meet someone in the same field, and she promised that she could come to his workshop to get any materials she needed. The two girls did not stay for long and quickly returned to Earth. Diana needed to master her new power, while Thea had even more things to do. Although she did not know why Darkseid had come to Earth in the original timeline, she was certain that he was here to play with her in this timeline. Even if Earth was full of hacks, it would be difficult for them to take the initiative to attack the Apocalypse Star. A defensive counterattack was necessary. Chapter 690. Based on Heaven's Father's calculations, Darkseid would replenish his army and recover from his injuries. After that, he would deploy his troops to infiltrate Earth and open the Mother Box. Finally, he would open the Sonic Tunnel and send the Apocalypse Star's army over. This entire process would take some time, from half a year to a year. The new god's army would not be stationed on Earth. The first wave of attack would be from Earth's superheroes. However, once they arrived, Heaven's Father would lead his army to join the battle. Heaven's Father expressed his apologies. Thea could not comment on the fact that Heaven's Father followed the rules while Darkseid did not. It was fine as long as Heaven's Father's army could come. This was much better than the 7 superheroes from the original timeline attacking Darkseid. Thea could not believe her memories anymore. 7 heroes whom she was not familiar with and had never even met before had been able to defeat Darkseid and his uncountable army by working together? How was that possible? You must be kidding me. There's still half a year left. Don't frown. Smile. Back on Earth, Diana saw the frown on her lover's face and tried to comfort her. Thea forced a smile. Diana did not know how much pressure Darkseid had put on her. In the past, she could say that even if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Now, it seemed like she was the tallest one. As someone who had faced Darkseid's true body, she was under immense pressure. She did not have much confidence when she thought about facing an enemy that was almost unbeatable. However, she did not dampen her spirits. The two of them watched TV at home for a while before deciding to go out for a walk. Diana suggested to look for Superman. She heard that Louise had given birth successfully, and she wanted to go and take a look. Thea had been worried that something would happen between Superman and Diana. Now that Superman had given birth to a child, with his saintly character, nothing would happen. She was very relieved. The two of them did not teleport. Instead, they drove along the road to Kansas. Originally, they came out to relax, so Sia didn't drive fast. The breeze blew, and the two women's hair danced in the wind. Diana stroked her lover's blonde hair that even the sun would be jealous of, and said to herself with some emotion. In that world, Diana had always been alone. When she left Paradise Island, she lost herself. Humans rejected her, and her people did not accept her. She lived a lonely life. I really feel sorry for her. Thea didn't say anything. There was no need for her to say anything. I've reached a level that even the Greek gods haven't reached. I'm both lucky and scared. If I hadn't met you, would I have ended up like that, Diana? Thea continued driving, allowing Diana to rest her head on her shoulder. Without Thea, Diana would not have made it this far. Without Diana, Thea Quinn would not have made it this far. It was a great honor to be able to attract Darkseid's attention. The evil overlord would not care about ordinary cats and dogs. With that thought in mind, Thea felt much better. The invisible pressure seemed to have lessened a lot. Thea held the steering wheel with one hand and hugged Diana tighter with the other. Their fates had been sealed since the first day they met. Even though she had always resisted fate, she was very lucky that fate had allowed them to meet and fall in love. Together, they had reached a level that ordinary people could not hope to reach. After breaking free from the shackles of the Greek gods, perhaps Diana's main character luck started to activate, or perhaps it was the lucky talisman that Hayata gave her that worked. The two girls had a safe journey, and they didn't encounter any *T situations. They successfully drove the car to Clark's classmate's farm. The farm was too big and sparsely populated. It was a place where even chickens and dogs could hear each other. Therefore, the Kents never hired outsiders to work, and the nearby farm owners did not suspect anything. It had been a few years since General Zod and Fiora came to cause trouble. Thea had been here a few times since then. She drove into the depths of the farm with familiarity. After parking in front of a 2-story building, the two women took off their sunglasses. Thea, who was more familiar with Clark's family, went to knock on the door. Dong dong. After a long while, a gray-haired old woman came to open the door. Hi, Aunt Marcia. We've met before. Thea was a little curious. Superman should have seen her. Why didn't he come out? However, she still smiled politely at the old woman. Diana behind her waved back. The old woman, who had always lived in seclusion, was a little wary at first. However, when she saw Thea, she smiled kindly. It was hard not to recognize the president's daughter. Besides, she had seen Thea before. She just did not recognize her at first. Woof woof. Clark and Louise walked out amidst the barking. Superman was still the same. His face was full of righteousness. Louise, who had just given birth, was a little chubby. However, the dog she was hugging attracted Thea's attention. This dog? Following Thea's gaze, Diana also felt the abnormality. This dog was not the same as the previous one. There was a high energy reaction in this dog's body. Superman felt their gazes and shook his head lightly. He gave Thea a look, indicating that his adoptive mother was still there. The shrewd young lady also pulled the outspoken Diana. The few of them walked into the room amicably. Old Mistress Marcia liked to see Clark's friends visiting. She insisted on making coffee for them. Thea looked at Superman and Louise. Both of them looked awkward. They seemed to be forcing a smile. She and Diana looked at each other. They were not quarreling, were they? It seemed like they came at the wrong time. Let's talk about the child to ease the awkwardness. After that, we'll leave. Although Diana was a pure warrior god, she had been with Thea for so many years. She knew basic spells, such as fireballs and icicles, but she was not good at them. Telepathy was not a problem for her either. The two of them briefly discussed countermeasures. Thea looked ignorant and smiled like a Chinook. I heard you gave birth to a son. Where's the baby? Does the baby look like the father or the mother? Let us see. After she said that, she saw Superman and his wife's faces turn even uglier. Thea's heart skipped a beat. The child was dead? It couldn't be. Fortunately, things did not slide into that abyss. Superman and his wife looked at each other and said helplessly, "Let Thea take a look. Maybe she has a solution." What happened next completely stunned the two girls. They saw Louise lead a 10-year-old boy out of the room. The boy had black hair, blue pupils, and long limbs. The clothes he was wearing were very strange. It looked like an adult's clothes had been cut out at the last minute. The edges of the clothes could be seen everywhere. The boy was a little reserved. He did not dare to look at Thea and Diana. Only when the big dog jumped into his arms did the boy breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 691. The two girls didn't know how many times they had looked at each other since they entered the room. Their eyes were full of doubt and absurdity. This boy who looks like he's 10 years old is your son, not an adopted one? Is Louise also the reincarnation of a hidden powerhouse? Her child was already 10 years old when he was born? You must be joking. The child in front of them looked very similar to Superman. There was no doubt that they were father and son. Thea even wondered if he had a child in some corner and she didn't know about it. After all, Superman was in his 30s this year. His adoptive father had passed away, and he had been alone on Earth for so many years. Maybe it was because of the suspension bridge effect after he saved the damsel in distress, and the damsel in distress decided to give birth to his child or something. Just like Oliver's son, William, that child was almost 10 years old. His biological father didn't know anything and was still in the dark. The story of Superman and Oliver's son was very similar. Could it be that after his biological mother passed away, his biological son came to find them, and when the truth was revealed, Louise was so angry that she had a miscarriage? Blah, 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 blah. Thea automatically came up with a series of stories that could be filmed for 20 episodes. Faced with the two women's distrustful eyes, Superman scratched his head in a simple and honest manner. This is my son. He's using my father's name, Jonathan Kent. Although Diana didn't have a rich imagination like Thea, she had watched soap operas on Earth for decades. She swore on her divine position that she had never heard of a child who was 10 years old when he was born. The Valkyrie looked at Superman as if she was looking at a scumbag. Unaware that in Diana's heart, he had turned from Superman to scumbag. Clark looked at Thea with a somewhat pleading expression. Jonathan is indeed my and Louise's child, but he was swept in by a brilliant aurora yesterday. When he came out, he was like this. Oh, right, little Krypton came out with him. Little Krypton is this dog, right? Thea touched the head of the big dog beside her. With her off-the-charts charm attribute, little Krypton didn't reject her. This dog looked a bit like a border collie on Earth, but there were some subtle differences. Of course, appearance was not important. What was important was that this dog came from Krypton. Super strength, super speed, super endurance, heat ray, and the ability to absorb sunlight. He could even fly. This was a dog from Krypton. This dog looked silly, but in fact, its combat power could crush 99% of the people on Earth. Anyone who saw it would have the illusion that it was better to be a Kryptonian dog than an Earthling. Thea even thought that if she threw the dog into the sun, it might be able to defeat Darkseid in 100 years. Thinking about the scene of Heavenly Father and Uncle Da being beaten to the ground by a dog, TSK, that scene was just too satisfying. Krypton was an illogical planet, so it was normal for it to be destroyed. Not to mention others, even Thea, who had worked so hard to get to where she was today, wanted to destroy them. He patted the big dog's head. It felt good, but Thea liked small animals. Small dogs were okay, but this dog was too big. It was not her cup of tea. Back to Superman's question, Thea thought for a moment. An aurora? It took away Jonathan when he was still a baby. When he reappeared, he was already this big? Is that so? Yes, but not here. I was afraid that there would be an accident when Louise gave birth, so I brought her to the Fortress of Solitude. The technology there is more advanced. The Fortress of Solitude was a logistics base that Superman's father had prepared for him. Just like Batman's Bat Cave, there were all kinds of alien technology inside. Thea had never been there before. Both women understood Superman's unspoken words. As the first child of a Kryptonian and an Earthling, Superman was not very sure that the birth would go smoothly. He brought his wife to the Fortress of Solitude to give birth, or he wanted to protect the adults in case things went south. Diana's face looked a little better. From this point, it at least showed that Superman was a good husband. A day ago? What kind of light took Jonathan away? Thea had some guesses in her mind. Did something big happen in the multiverse a day ago? There must be something. A day ago, she and Uncle Do were still playing tug-of-war. Superman's next words confirmed her guess. There was a flash of red and green. According to the calculations of the fortress's computer, there was a burst of energy that broke through the space barrier. After that, another burst of energy repaired the damage. For me, it was just a moment, but for Jonathan, he and little Krypton had been living together in another space for 10 years. Superman felt guilty for not being able to give his son a happy childhood. Thea was also a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. It might have something to do with me. It was like this at the time. The story of Earth 2 was told again. Previously, the story he told Diana mainly revolved around Wonder Woman. Naturally, the story he told Superman focused on the Kryptonians. Fahr Zod? Zod's son, and the adopted son of the Iyer family. Hearing such a sensational story, Superman's expression changed a little. General Zod was the only enemy he had killed. It could be said that it was a mark that would stay in his heart forever. As someone who had experienced the incident, Louise also recalled that General Zod had descended on Earth. That was where her love affair with Clark Kent, a country bumpkin from Kansas, had begun. When he heard that Superman had turned into the evil Superman and died at the hands of the Heavenly Father, Superman's expression did not look too good. Thea then showed the video of the battle to them using the water mirror spell. That's about it. A lot of the power of the laws can't be simulated by magic. It's about 60 to 70% similar to the scene. What she showed Superman was naturally the video of the battle with Darkseid. Looking at the familiar collision of the rays and burning a big hole in space, Superman was calm. You saved a world. You don't have to feel guilty. This is an honorable thing to do. What happened to Jonathan has nothing to do with you. As if he did not want to continue the topic of his son, Superman changed the topic. You said that Darkseid will invade this universe again? How long does Earth have? Half a year to a year. Superman lowered his head and pondered for a moment. We've known each other for so many years, but we've never fought. Sia, why don't you spar with me? I want to see how strong Darkseid is. Oh. Faced with Superman who was full of fighting spirit, Sia was a little dazed. Was it because she heard her tragic story in another world, so she had a rare bit of fighting spirit? Thea did not mind. 8 years ago, Superman was like a tall mountain in front of her. Now, she could even look down on him. She also wanted to see the results of her years of hard work. Okay, let's find an uninhabited planet and have a fight. Hearing that there was going to be a fight, the battle-hungry Valkyrie wanted to watch. Louise did not like fighting and killing, but seeing that her son seemed to be interested, she nodded in agreement. Of course, the dog named Little Krypton was also brought along. This dog had a very high IQ, could understand English, and could survive in space. They drank the coffee made by old Martha and chatted with the old lady politely for a while before leaving together. Batman's probes were all over the solar system. Thea found a primitive planet far away from the solar system that had oxygen and similar terrain to Earth and teleported them there. It would be boring to fight Superman with magic. She wanted to fight in close combat. Without using the holy sword, Thea only put on the divine husk armor. She clenched her fists and strengthened herself with a sea of soul power. Her strength, speed, and endurance were greatly improved. Watch out! A gray shadow flashed past. Thea was charging straight at Superman. So fast. Superman could not react in time at such a high speed. He chose to dodge to the side and at the same time, twisted his waist and threw a punch. Chapter 692. Sia had trained herself step by step from close combat to long-range combat to magic. Her martial arts were incomparable to the Great Plains wolf, who had been training for tens of thousands of years. However, compared to Superman who had been weeding and farming, her moves were much more flexible. Faced with Superman's twisting punch, she made a nimble turn in the air and threw an uppercut. His fist, which was as white as jade, came into close contact with the stubbled chin. It was as if a muffled thunder had struck the ground. Bang! Superman was caught off guard, and he was sent flying hundreds of feet. Louise, who was on the ground, gasped. Diana quickly comforted her, saying that this was just the appetizer. It's so hard. Thea swung her hand. She felt like she had punched a super alloy. Superman's face was too hard, and it reminded her of the embarrassing moment when she pierced Supergirl's ears. Superman quickly flew back and stretched his neck. How's Darkseid's strength compared to yours? Thea could only smile bitterly. I don't dare to compete with him in strength. Are you kidding me? You want me, the goddess of wealth, to compete with the god of power? Is the difference that big? Superman's gaze turned serious. He clenched his fists and charged at Thea. When the two were close, he feinted to dodge Thea's side kick and hit her in the back. Unfortunately, he only hit an afterimage. Is this magic? Thea darted out from behind him and grabbed his red cloak. She spun 3 times on the spot and threw him at a mountain not far away. You can also create afterimages while moving at high speed. Thea knew that Superman could hear her. After throwing him away, she chased after him and punched Superman in the chest just as he crawled out of the rubble. Superman blocked with his hand, but Thea grabbed his wrist and elbowed him in the chest. Clark, you should practice human martial arts. It's fine to fight against normal people, but once the enemy has the same energy level as you, your combat skills will be too crude. Thea's fighting style was a little lackluster. In the eyes of a contemporary martial artist like her, Superman's fighting style was simply full of flaws. What did he mean by there were no flaws if there were more flaws? That was nonsense. If it wasn't for his body of steel, he would have died 100 times over. It would be a joke to say that Clark's heart was as calm as still water. He was neither arrogant nor discouraged by victory. At this moment, he was a little depressed. Was the gap between the two of them that big? I won't use any martial arts. Let's fight. I know you are still hiding something. Don't worry, you can't kill me. Show me the pride of the Kryptonians. This kind of Superman was not worth her time. She wanted to win with one blow. Thea began to gather her divine power. Her soul power surged like the sea and supported her body. Her muscles didn't change at all, but her insides had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Although the 4 divine thrones didn't have anything to do with strength, just the accumulation of divine power was still a terrifying number. Have I been eliminated by the times? Superman had to ask himself. He was a nice guy, but he was also a warrior full of honor. He wouldn't allow himself to be timid. For the first time, a fierce look appeared on this ordinary-looking man's face. Even he himself wanted to see how far he could go if he abandoned all his concerns. He's very strong. Diana, who was watching from below, was excited. She couldn't wait to go up and fight. In her eyes, Superman was on the verge of becoming a god. But why hadn't he received a response from the source? Thea saw it much more clearly than Diana. Superman had already touched the edge of the divine thrones. When others stepped off the line or took half a step forward, the source would take the initiative to respond. Superman, on the other hand, couldn't wait to enter the divine thrones. He still couldn't get anything. The crux of the problem was that the divine thrones were occupied by Darkseid. If Superman didn't kick Darkseid away, he wouldn't be able to get the divine thrones for 1,000 years. To some extent, this was the world's will's trial for the protagonists. Diana was like this, and so was Superman. They were born at a place where ordinary people couldn't catch up. The starting line for ordinary people was 10,000 meters away, but for protagonists like them, the starting line was probably only a few hundred meters away from the finish line. The balance between everything made them different from ordinary people. They were firmly bound by heavy shackles. Every step forward was as difficult as climbing the sky. Now that Thea had surpassed them, these protagonists had to put in more effort and sweat if they didn't want to be left behind. Thea didn't know what Superman was struggling with. She only knew that she had accumulated her divine power to the maximum. She would definitely win the next punch. She wasn't the only one who was confident. The worlds will also vaguely send out a similar message. Even if more than half of Superman's body had reached the divine thrones, there was nothing to be afraid of. He wasn't the god of strength yet. Thea wouldn't put all her eggs in one basket in a real battle. She wouldn't give up on defense, movement, and vigilance. She would gather her divine power for 2 minutes and then use it to punch. Darkseid wouldn't give her the time to do that. This punch would probably be the most powerful one she could throw at the moment. I'm coming. Superman's eyes were unprecedentedly serious. He wasn't confident in facing Thea's divine power. He wanted to make the first move. Diana was the only one on the ground who was calm. She could see that Thea had the upper hand. The remaining 2 people and 1 dog perfectly acted out what it meant to be dumbfounded. About 20% of Darkseid's divine power, less than 30%. Thea still had time to estimate Superman's strength. She recalled the power of the evil lord when he shattered her sword and made a comparison. If Superman was only at this level, it would be difficult for him to fight against Darkseid's doppelgangers in the future. Was Superman weaker than she thought, or was she too strong? Thea didn't have time to think. Facing Superman's fierce attack, she also threw a punch with all her divine power. Even though they didn't make contact, the wind generated by their punches was still able to push the air around them away. Superman, who was serious, activated the power of the stars in his body. At first, it was a little bit of light, but as he frantically extracted energy from his cells, the light became brighter and brighter. From afar, he looked like a small sun. Thea's appearance was much worse. Her divine power had nothing to do with light. Silver-gray cyclones kept circling around her, and the faint sound of war drums could be heard in the air. This was the side effect of the divine position of art and art. It could relieve pressure and boost morale. Thea was very confident that she could win because of the divine position of art and art. The originally clear sky was directly divided into 2 halves. The left half was a brighter yellow star, and the right half was a steady and indomitable gray mountain range. Boom! With an earth-shattering blast, the 2 of them slammed into each other at the same time with the belief of victory. Chapter 693. Their punches were so powerful that even though they were more than 100 meters above the ground, they still plowed 2 deep trenches in the ground. As the 2 completely different types of energy came into contact, a larger scale of destruction occurred. It was like a child's graffiti. With the two as the center point, the ground on Superman's side was washed out by the power of the soul, creating a semicircular pit with a diameter of thousands of meters. The ground was completely turned into sand. On Thea's side, only a layer of the ground was flattened. The aftermath of the attack caused a large amount of sand and stones to fly. I've surpassed Superman. Thea wanted to roar to the sky, but defeating him would not give her any experience points, and there were no hidden achievement rewards. Instead, it would hurt his confidence. Especially in front of his wife and children, in order to save face for Superman, she took the opportunity to fly back a short distance. From a layman's point of view, this was a sign of a draw. Superman, who was sent flying several miles, got up from the ground with a dirty face, reached out to wipe the dirt off his face, and focused his attention on the distance. Superman, who had always been confused about how strong he was, looked at Thea flying back and felt a lot better. Although he had been a little wasted in the past 2 years, he had not wasted much. He still had a chance to catch up. Again. After too long of peace, Superman's Kryptonian nature was triggered. Thea did not want to bully him, but Diana also flew out excitedly at this time and proposed a battle between the three of them. Come on then. The three of them, who represented the highest combat power in the universe, attacked each other. Diana had gotten rid of the period of weakness caused by the blessings of the gods. Now, every bit of divine power belonged to her. Unfortunately, she was still not a match for Thea when she was in a serious state. The battle between the three of them slowly turned into a battle between Thea and Diana and Superman. A battle was a battle, and they would not deliberately go easy on each other because of love. Diana's martial arts made up for Superman's shortcomings. The two of them cooperated quickly and joined forces to suppress Thea, the great demon king. Even a hero could not defeat a pack of wolves, right? Despite Thea's efforts to maintain the situation became more and more obvious. Darkseid could take on 7 people at once, but he couldn't even handle 2. That was the difference between them. 2 against 1. After fighting for half an hour, the land that was as big as the Semida Peninsula was sunk by the 3 of them. All right, I won't fight anymore. At this time, the eldest Mrs. condition was far from the peak. The divine power in the soul and art divine positions was only a thin layer. She could not hold on any longer and declared a ceasefire. The other 2 were also exhausted. Diana was also lacking in divine power. Although they had the advantage of 2 against 1, they still felt uncomfortable. Thea was stronger than them, there was no doubt about it. The 3 of them agreed to go back and work hard. They would fight again next time. Thea teleported them back to Earth and used magic and divine spider silk to create a blue tights and a red cloak on the spot. It was a gift for little Jonathan. After that, seeing that there was still some material left, she also made a red cloak for little Jonathan. After bidding farewell to Superman and his wife, Thea pulled Diana and drove away. According to her, she was under too much pressure and needed to relax. Watching the 2 women drive away, Superman stood at the edge of the farm for a long time without saying a word. Clark, are you okay? Louise asked her son worriedly. Do you know? Louise, she's under a lot of pressure now. Louise was confused by Superman's words. It took her a long time to understand. She asked tentatively, are you talking about Thea? She's shouldering the fate of the entire world. She's helpless and nervous, afraid that one wrong step will cause irreparable damage to the world. I can understand how she feels. Because this was my mission before. It was my father who sent me to this planet. Louise looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean? You're praising another woman in front of me. You don't want to live anymore, do you? Superman caressed his wife's face. Now I'm living with you so easily because the burden that originally belonged to me has been shouldered by someone else. I wish I could be with you forever, but I can't be so selfish. Earth still needs me. Louise took a deep breath. She knew that her husband was going to do those dangerous things again, but the justice in her heart told her that she had to support him. Clark, no matter what you do, I'll be waiting for you at home. She seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a little heavy. She even smiled playfully. When I'm done resting, it's time to go back to work. He hugged his wife in his arms. There's still half a year. Thea's right. I'm going to go to Gotham to find that person to train me. I'll bring Jonathan along too. I heard that his son is also 10 years old. Maybe they can be friends. He did as he said. After saying goodbye to his adoptive mother and wife, Superman used the excuse of visiting a friend to fly straight to Gotham with his son. Jonathan's flying ability was worrisome. It fluctuated between high and low. Fortunately, he had his loyal dog Krypton by his side to protect him. Dad. Is that woman from before very powerful? Little Jonathan, who was slowly getting used to flying, asked curiously. The father-son nature quickly removed the barrier between him and Superman. However, when he thought that this man he had never seen before was his father, he still felt that it was ridiculous. He grew up in the wilderness and only Krypton accompanied him since he was young. Now that a father and mother suddenly popped out, it was a little hard to accept. Perhaps it was only a moment for them, but to him, 10 years had passed. Very powerful, but I'm confident that I can catch up to her, Superman said with certainty in front of his son. Little Jonathan nodded and did not say anything. He chose to believe this man's words from the blood in his veins. The father and son flew to Gotham. Superman stopped in his tracks. With his supervision and super hearing, he quickly found someone's hiding place. He led his son and his beloved dog into a waterfall. I don't remember inviting you. Even in his own home, Batman, who was armed to the teeth, lowered his head and welded some kind of device. He glanced at little Jonathan and Krypton indifferently and continued with his work. I want to learn some martial arts. Do you have time to teach me? I remember that you know a lot of martial arts. Superman said embarrassedly. Batman put down the welding torch in his hand and raised his head. He looked left and right and made Superman's hair stand. You want to learn martial arts? That's unbelievable. Is your superpower gone? Sorry to disappoint you. My superpower is still. Then did you take the wrong medicine? Superman was silent. Batman acted as if it was his first day meeting this old friend. Even with his intelligence, he did not understand the connections behind this. However, his attention was quickly attracted by little Jonathan and Krypton. Who is this child? My son, little Jonathan Kent. Batman was silent for a while. His first reaction was similar to Thea's. His wild son had come to find him and so on. However, he was not that gossipy. After thinking for a while, he said, let your son play with Damien for a while. Since you sincerely want to learn human martial arts, follow me. As he said that, he signaled Damien, who walked out from the shadows, to bring little Jonathan to the side. He then led Superman into the distance. Chapter 694. The two caped men strolled in front while the two smaller ones followed behind them. Did you encounter an undefeatable enemy? Batman could not figure out the purpose of Superman's visit. It couldn't be that he wanted to promote Earth's martial arts, could it? Yeah, Thea came to find me earlier. She said that our Earth was targeted by some super bad guy. Batman's face was as still as water, his expression unreadable. Superman continued, she's in low spirits now. The enemy is stronger than she imagined. Thinking of what Thea had said about Batman's sacrifice in the other world, he held it in and did not say anything. Understood. I'll train you as fast as I can. Batman's voice was calm as he explained. At the same time, he led the way with a happy and mysterious smile on his face. Superman's face was a little bitter, but he forced a smile in order to improve his combat strength. Who knew that this was the beginning of a nightmare? Batman led him into a room full of red radiation. You feel it, right? Your superpower is suppressed here. Time is precious. Let's get started. Batman said as he threw a punch in the face. In the distance, two children sat 5 meters apart from each other. They each sat on one side of the room and listened to the screams that came from time to time. There were also words like, use strength in your legs and keep your body straight at all times. Put your fists in front and behind, don't use all your strength to attack. Of course, Damien knew Superman, but he still raised his little face and asked casually, is that big guy inside your father? After leaving his parents' arms and living alone in an unfamiliar environment for 10 years, little Jonathan was not a pushover. Being afraid of strangers was just a manifestation of his high vigilance. In the face of Damien's provocation, he also returned the favor. Is that dark guy your father? Does your father have any superpower? Damien was speechless for a moment. Like a little lion with its hair standing on end, he asked back, you have superpower, right? Do you dare to compete with me? Little Jonathan looked at Damien as if he was looking at a mentally handicapped person. In the wilderness, pointless battles were the stupidest thing to do. He couldn't understand the battle between Thea and Superman, but the two of them were too powerful. They were stronger than all the experts in the world he had lived in before, so he didn't dare to mock them. Little Jonathan proudly glanced at Damien with a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. He then tilted his head to the other side, minding his own business. In this timeline, Damien had been trained by Miss Thea for 2 years, and spent more than a year with the big lowly raven. After dealing with these two black-bellied people for a long time, he was more or less influenced by them. Seeing that little Jonathan was not fighting with him and was instead sizing up the various high-tech equipment in the Bat Cave, he immediately determined that this guy was a bumpkin. Broadband oscillator. When little Jonathan's gaze landed on a black instrument, Damien introduced it with a sense of accomplishment. Bat wings, satellite navigation device. Anti-radiation lining armor. Damien was like a competent tour guide, constantly introducing the various high-tech equipment in his home. As he introduced, he despised little Jonathan in his heart. This guy looked smart, but he had never seen anything before. Which ravine did this barbarian jump out from? In fact, his guess was not far from the truth. Little Jonathan had wandered into a world similar to the aftermath of a nuclear war. If he had not been found by little Krypton, who was searching for traces of Kryptonians, he might not have survived. His life experience was rich, but his knowledge and vision were too lacking. There was no systematic technological reserve in that world. The various products that were put together were far inferior to the weapons in the Bat Cave. The two half-grown children gradually became familiar with each other. Little Jonathan looked at a tall black armor that was nearly 3 meters tall in the distance and asked curiously, "What is that?" This thing was similar to some of the armors he had seen in the desert world, but it seemed to have a deeper craftsmanship and was more intimidating. Damien was a little speechless, but he still said, "My father named it the Anti-Thea armor." Little Jonathan was not unfamiliar with the name Thea. After all, his parents had introduced him before, and the clothes and cloak he was wearing now were given to him by her. But what left a deeper impression on little Jonathan was that she had created a sea of sand that was thousands of meters wide with a punch. Respect the strong and remember the strong's name. This was the iron law of survival in the desert world. Little Jonathan's thoughts had not yet shifted to a peaceful era. A few thoughts collided in his mind, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Damien. The Thea you mentioned is a beautiful woman with blonde hair and green eyes, right? Are you enemies? Damien was a little surprised. This country bumpkin had seen Big Sister Thea before? He asked with a strange tone, "How can that be? Big Sister Thea is like my own sister." Little Jonathan's face was full of confusion, and he was a little confused. Even if he did not understand this world, this black armor did not look like it was sending a friendly signal. His little brain was completely confused about the relationship between his family and these two groups of people. Were they enemies or friends? Or were they enemies, and his family was in a neutral position? Little Jonathan used his own outlook on life and the world to think for a long time, but he still could not figure out the relationship. But the collection of information was not affected. Little Jonathan said after some deliberation, "That beautiful big sister seems to be very powerful. Even my father can't beat her. This armor of yours?" Damien knew that the other party was provoking him, but the rascal's desire to show off still revealed some of his father's secrets. Big sister is very powerful, but our armor is not weak either. Do you see the probes on both sides of the armor's head? There are high-speed scopes hidden there that are 10,000 times faster than human dynamic nerves, and the trajectory is simulated by a supercomputer. At the same time, it is modeled and calculated, and the hit rate is as high as 90%. The armor's entire body is made of a mineral collected from Pluto. After a special process, rare metals are added, and its hardness is 150 times higher than the existing superalloys on Earth. There is a black hole generator installed inside the armor's left wrist. Using all of the armor's energy, it will generate a black hole that lasts for 30 seconds, and all light will be absorbed. Damien's mouth occasionally popped out some words that Jonathan did not understand, and he received an expression of confusion. The two rascals spent the afternoon chatting. The door of the training room finally opened, and they saw Brother Superman beaten black and blue. Little Jonathan was just about to help him up when he saw Superman's face return to its original state as if by magic. It feels good to have strength again. Superman looked at the little red room with lingering fear. Even from the outside, the bright red inside was still dazzling. Little Jonathan looked around and whispered, "Father, let me tell you a secret." Chapter 695. After listening to his son's secret, Superman held back his laughter and his face turned red. Seeing that his father was about to have a relapse, little Jonathan picked up a stick from a short distance away. In his impression, patients with mania could be cured with a single strike of the stick. Superman ignored his son's little action and explained to his son with a smile, "That guy in the black cloak, he's sick here." He pointed to his head. He patted his son's shoulder again. "Anti-Thea armor, are you sure that's the name? You're finally not the anti-Superman anymore?" I'm dying of laughter. Seeing that little Jonathan still couldn't get over it, he said, "Don't worry, we're good friends with this black cloak and Thea. You can be at ease and make friends with Damien. Their family, the father and son are good people." Superman wanted to say that Batman's family were good people, but when he thought of Talia and Ninja Master, he quickly changed his words. For the next few days, the father and son ate and lived in the Bat Cave. The old butler, Ah Fu, delivered food and drinks to them on time. Superman's strength didn't change, but his fighting skills began to improve rapidly. He didn't need to learn Batman's 127 martial arts. As long as he learned, and got beaten, a set of fighting styles that suited him, he would succeed. Damien and little Jonathan's friendship was slowly established. How could two boys develop a friendship together? Of course, it was through fighting. After being trained by the Missy for 2 years, Damien, who practiced both magic and martial arts, beat Jonathan, who had intermittent superpowers, to a pulp. However, he was defeated in the air. Thea once gave him a flying mount that she caught in outer space. It had a crown on its head, colorful stripes on its body, and a wingspan of 20 meters. Thea, who had difficulty naming, named it Leonopteryx. Damien claimed the title of Leonopteryx. Unfortunately, even though this kind of flying dragon was at the top of the food chain on that planet, it was still inferior to Little Krypton. As an old member of the Owl family, he was Superman's pet. Now, he had become Jonathan's pet. In terms of age, Little Krypton was a genuine old dog. No matter how powerful the great Leonopteryx was, it was still a ferocious beast. It was no match for the cheaters, the Kryptonian dogs. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Superman and his son bid farewell to Batman and his son and sent their son back to his wife. Superman wanted to improve his combat strength. Learning martial arts only made him more nimble, the amount of energy was his foundation. After bidding farewell to his wife and son, Superman flew directly into the sun. He was racing against time to absorb energy. Thea didn't know that she was remembered by Batman and finally had a place for herself in the Anti-XX series armor. She took Diana for a spin around the United States. She had just hung up a phone call where Damien begged her to find another flying beast. Thea finally understood the purpose of the naughty child. He wanted to find a ferocious beast to PK with little Krypton. This was really difficult for her. If she wanted to win against little Krypton, it had to be at least at the level of a giant dragon. While she was blindly pondering, another call came in. Thea talked for a long time before hanging up. She turned to Diana. Kara is going to attend the graduation ceremony. Are we going to watch as well? Diana also had a good impression of Kara, this silly girl. Anyway, they were just strolling around. Let's go. The two rushed to the city of Nathaniel. Little Supergirl had lived in this city for several years. The Danfoss family and Superman both wanted her to continue her studies, but Kara was really not cut out for it. Although calculus on Earth was similar to addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division in the eyes of Kryptonians, Supergirl, who didn't like to study, was still very resistant to going to school. Now that graduation was imminent, Kara planned to go straight to work. She didn't want to study anymore. As for mathematics and physics, she chose to ignore them. She chose the same career as Superman, to be a reporter after graduation. They were very familiar with each other. Thea and Diana didn't bring any gifts and knocked on the door directly. Come in, come in. Kara was a little happy when she saw the two beautiful sisters. You asked us to advise you on the phone. What do you want us to advise you on? Sia sat down on the sofa as she asked, feeling amused. Kara took off her old-fashioned glasses and said seriously, the graduation ceremony clothes. I want to wear my own characteristics. Haha. Diana covered her mouth and laughed. I can't help you with this. Ask Thea. She has experience. The young lady was indeed very experienced. After all, she had a doctorate. So, she was naturally the senior advisor. The academic uniform and hat were exactly the same. Kara's university had always been known for its strict academic style. They wouldn't wear those eye-catching messy clothes at graduation. After removing the formal uniform and hat, the highlight of her personality was the various jewelry. Thea had shares in several major jewelry and fashion groups in the world. Her fashion vision had always been at the forefront of the times. Diana could also provide a lot of advice from the perspective of combining traditional aesthetics and modern art. Even if the two of them couldn't make up their minds, they could call for help. No designer in the world would dare to refuse a call from the young lady. Her hairstyle, headdress, necklace, and watch were all confirmed. Kara dressed up happily. She also felt that she looked 3 points better according to Thea's design. She was very happy. 5 minutes later, she couldn't be happy anymore. Thea lifted her shoes and scratched her head. Kara usually wore flat shoes. Occasionally, she would have 2 pairs of thick heels or wedge heels. This girl didn't wear thin high heels. It wasn't impossible to wear thick heels or even flat shoes to the graduation ceremony. It was just a little overall loss. Kara thought about it. This was the only time in her life. She made up her mind. I'll walk a few steps for you. Watch carefully. The Valkyrie, who was more model than model, quickly changed into a pair of 10 centimeters high heels. She walked gracefully. Every step was slow and steady, so that Kara could see clearly. Thea was no longer as embarrassed as when she was learning. Her soul didn't strengthen her strength much. Her speed was the main direction of improvement. At this time, she was even confident that her speed could compete with extreme speed. Being able to move at high speed, her sense of balance was even more amazing. She wore high heels as if she was walking on flat ground. Kara was surprised. After the two beautiful sisters finished trying, it was up to Kara. She put on the thin high heels with trembling. The two girls helped her walk a few steps. It doesn't seem that difficult. Let go of me. Kara's cheeks puffed up as she encouraged herself. Thea and Diana looked at each other and let go of their hands. Then, they saw a horrifying scene. Kara screamed, "Ah! Ah!" She fell to the floor with a loud scream. The girl was a little nervous and couldn't control herself. She directly smashed a human-shaped hole in the floor. Chapter 696. Diana covered half of her face while Thea tried her best to hold back her laughter. She was afraid that she would laugh out loud. One is marked by the company one keeps. Diana watched the show happily, and it took her a long time to realize that she should help Kara up. Diana didn't realize that she was also laughing. She glanced at her lover angrily. The two of them fished the bitter-faced Supergirl out of the big human-shaped hole. Thank goodness she didn't fall through the floor into the basement. Hee hee. Thea could not hold it in any longer. She quickly looked up at the sky to distract herself. Stop it. Diana patted her. Fortunately, Supergirl was too upset to notice the two girls' little actions. After the little episode, they still had to learn. Thea told Kara about the techniques that Madame Shiva had taught her, including calf muscles and the way to exert force on the soles of the feet. Not to mention, this kind of tutorial with some combat content, treating it as a kind of leg technique. As a natural warrior, Kara immediately understood what was going on. He was a little familiar with it. From walking slowly to walking quickly, it looked like he was doing the same thing. The graduation ceremony went smoothly. Although Kara was dressed very fashionably, her black-rimmed glasses covered her face. Overall, she went from being very old-fashioned to not so old-fashioned. Thea did not participate in the job search. Kara knew that she had connections, but she did not ask for help. The little girl joined the job search energetically. The two girls flew in the air and looked at the busy people on the ground. Ordinary people did not know about Darkseid, but they also had a lot of trouble. Life was hard, and no one had it easy. I'll go back to the planet of creation first. I've thought of a way to avoid heavy casualties, Thea said firmly. Diana did not say anything. She just gave her lover a hug to show her support. These days, Sia had actually been thinking that if they were to fight on Earth, the destructive power of the many superheroes and gods would be too great. Not to mention others, just the wasteland wolf, who would smash the ground with his axe every now and then. An average planet would not be able to withstand it. If the global economy was destroyed, all her efforts over the past few years would go down the drain. It was easier said than done to fend off the enemy outside the country, but it would be even better if they could fight in outer space. Unfortunately, Darkseid would not negotiate with them. He did not have diplomacy, and he did not need to test the waters. His battle strategy was to use his army to fight head-on. If a battle were to take place on Earth, it would be almost impossible to get through it unscathed. This did not troubled her for many days. Thea thought about it several times and finally decided to build a higher dimension on Earth. The New Genesis Star and the Apocalypse Star were above many parallel universes. Thea's plan was to build a continent slightly above Earth. Even if Darkseid's army were to descend, they would be stopped by this plane. It was the perfect place for the superheroes and the human army to face the enemy. As for why he didn't build it higher, it was a matter of ability. This kind of dimension was much more difficult than creating a subspace. Secondly, she would have to eat as much as she could. It would be fortunate if Earth could be saved. The other universes would have to pray for their own good. If the dimension she built was too high in latitude, higher than all the parallel universes, Darkseid would have to face her in any plane he invaded. There would be a small battle every 3 days, and a big battle every 5 days. She would go crazy. She could be said to be selfish, but that was what she was going to do. The plan was complete, but how was she going to build it? It was easier said than done. After much thought and planning, she finally came up with a detailed plan. First, she would get the golden apple from Hera and turn it back into a seed. This seed would be planted in the African grasslands. She would cast a spell that sped up time 10,000 times to create a fake world tree that would be used to host the new dimension. After that, she would return to the New Genesis Star and gather all the mages in the Magic Legion to draw a huge magic array that would connect everyone's magic to cast an unprecedented legendary wishing spell. The Heavenly Father pretended not to see her doing this for the new gods. He even observed it with interest. An indescribable amount of magic gathered and formed a magic cloud that covered the entire New Genesis Star. With the power of magic, a trace of the power of creation was born from the magic cloud. Thea then used the wishes of all living beings in her scales of order as a guide to build the new dimension with great difficulty. There had to be oxygen, and all the rules had to be in line with Earth's standards. Secondly, the dimension had to be sturdy. Lastly, it had to be large enough. After 10 days of work with more than 1 million mages, she created a continent that resembled North America. She named it the New World. The new dimension was desolate, and there were no signs of life. Thea was a little disappointed. She had wanted to pry into the mysteries of creation, but magic had its limits. No matter how much magic power she accumulated, it would not cause a qualitative change. The result was not perfect, but no matter what, there was a battlefield. In order to make the battlefield suitable for human survival, she had to do more work. It was connected to the green of all things, the red of all living beings, and the black of decay to maintain a natural cycle. Then she talked with Moira for a day. They had to mobilize the army and scientists to reclaim the land. Moira took a day to listen to Thea's detailed description of the plan named New World. It was a big deal, so she found several top officials of the government and the military to discuss it together. The reason they gave to the outside world was definitely not that the evil lords were invading. In order not to destroy the Earth's environment, they were preparing the battlefield in advance. They discussed behind closed doors and came up with a holographic simulation game as an excuse. There was no need to kill monsters to level up. They only needed to plant trees and build a few outpost bases. After that, the construction of power plants, signal towers, installation of weapon launchers, and other matters were handed over to the military. The Pentagon was very happy with this matter. When the leaders saw the new continent, General Ryan, Superman's father-in-law, was a little dumbfounded. This place was too big. This place is too desolate. Are there really aliens invading? The old general asked doubtfully. As far as his eyes could see, there were either stones or mud. There was no trace of life at all. Of course, this time it's not just one or two. It's an army led by the evilest guy. The image I showed you before was of another parallel universe that they conquered. If we don't prepare in advance, the ending will not be much better than that. When I left, the Earth of that time and space had less than 80 million people of 7 billion people left. Human civilization had regressed by at least 100 years. All kinds of landforms were damaged, and natural disasters were constant. I don't know if there will be a more far-reaching ecological impact. In order to explain to the old politicians what the parallel universe was about, she spent a lot of time and effort. She presented facts and reasons, and the few top officials were scared pale. Chapter 697. It was the first time that Moira and Vice President Swanwick came here. They sat in Thea's flying machine and looked down from the sky. The new continent was an excellent supplement to the exploding population on Earth, but it was too big. Thea, this place is too big. It's too slow to develop it with only the national power of the United States. We must develop it together with several powerful countries in the world. Moira saw the problem accurately. Whether it was development before the war or dividing the benefits after the war, it was not suitable to monopolize it. Thea had no objection. The continent had been solidified, and the basic atmospheric environment was completely designed according to Earth's. It was a good place to relieve the population pressure after the war. After all, the amount of work required to transform Mars was greater. Taking a few high-level officials for a tour, Thea set up a permanent transmission array between the original Earth and the new continent. In the future, the flow of personnel and materials could be passed through here. In the early days, she used the name of holographic simulation games to fool soldiers and scientists to do infrastructure. In the later days, when to tell the truth, or even whether to tell the truth, was the business of the politicians. She couldn't care so far for the time being. The governments of various countries were pulled in by Moira for negotiation. Whether they believed in the invasion of the enemy or not, with an additional continent at their disposal and countless resources waiting to be exploited, with the thinking of those politicians, they would make the right choice. After Thea was busy with the government, she had to coordinate the superheroes. In the conference room called the Hall of Justice, several superheroes listened to her talk about the upcoming enemy. This time, in order to solicit opinions, not only Superman, who was in seclusion, sleeping, in the sun, but also Thea pulled in the Flash and Poseidon. Looking at the 7 people in the room, including herself, Thea was speechless. She remembered that this matter in the original spacetime should be done by Batman. Since when did it become her business? In particular, when she saw that Batman didn't have any self-awareness at all as he sat there waiting to listen to the story, she was utterly confused. She coughed softly twice. Everyone, time is tight. I called everyone here for this matter. She talked about the experience of Earth 2, and the Flash, as a person who experienced it, also gave his opinion from his own point of view. Batman is dead? An old man wearing Batman's battle robe. Batman, who had always been expressionless, finally showed some expression. He had heard Superman talk about another time and space, but he did not expect that Brewster had been sacrificed, and instead, his own father was wearing his clothes. He was a little absent-minded for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. Thea looked at the Flash, and he gestured for her to speak. We won't talk about this old man's true identity, but he deserves respect. He's 70 years old, and he took a potion that drained his body just to complete a request. I think, you have the right to know about this. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little heavy, Diana threw out a huge sword. Not only did you die in that world, but I also died, killed by this sword. Superman also died. She was quite successful in changing the topic. Superman already knew about this story, but the Martian Manhunter, the Sea King, and Batman did not know about it. The few of them finally realized how tricky the situation was. This was not a small skirmish, but a real war. Atlantis in that world was also destroyed. Neptune, who was attending the meeting for the first time, was not as cheerful and talkative as the Flash. He was a little estranged from the others. If not for Thea, he would not have come. That's right. In that world, the first wave of wasteland wolves came to the metropolis, and then they wiped out Paradise Island and Atlantis. From what I saw, there were very few survivors. The heroes were a little silent, and the atmosphere became heavy again. From Thea's words, it was not difficult to tell that the superheroes in that world were almost completely wiped out. Although she also said that there were a few new heroes rising, and the old generation was completely defeated, this was also an indisputable fact. So you established the New Continent Project? You want to win this war on that continent? Batman was the first to recover, and he continued to ask with a poker face. Yes, the scale of this war will be unusually large. The few of us will not be the only ones participating. The New God's army, the human army, the Atlantean army, and I even plan to ask for reinforcements from the Guardians of the Universe. Everyone in the room, except for Diana, who knew about her plan, was stunned. That's a very grand plan. Batman nodded with a half-smile. He meant that he could not help her, and she would have to deal with it herself. Thea had no choice. More reinforcements would definitely increase their chances of winning, and it was not a good idea to put all their hopes on the Heavenly Father defeating Darkseid. She had a wide range of people and connections. This had become her label, and her main strategy was to get as many people as possible to help her. The meeting ended quickly. This time, it was more like a briefing. Thea also built a portal in the Hall of Justice, and the superheroes were ready to go and take a look. Desolation and deathly stillness were their first impressions of this continent. There's too little water here, Poseidon said gloomily as he looked around. In fact, there was almost none. All kinds of minerals were easy to create, but water was the source of life, and her legendary wishing spell could not create much water. What little water there was now brought over by the green of everything. I left open spaces on both the east and west sides of the continent. Mara and the others should be able to control water from Earth. I remember that Atlantis has some technology to create clean water. Anyway, I'll leave the water problem to you. Thea was very busy, and the matter of creating water should be left to the professionals. The Flash also made a good suggestion. He had captured a guy called the Weather Wizard in Central City, and he could be brought here to create rain. Good idea. If we can increase the rainfall and change the environment, the government will issue a special pardon for the mutant. I'll leave it to you. Thea did not take the law seriously, and the Flash was speechless, but he was in no position to comment. The few of them split up. It was also Diana's first time on this continent, and she used her heart to feel it. The magic of this continent is like? Thea smiled. This is a continent completely made up of magic, and there will be some residual magic. This is an opportunity for humans. You want to bring magic to the people on Earth? Diana was well aware of the power of her magic legion. Not many people would be able to block the tens of thousands of fireballs that she threw out. Impossible. Time is tight, and many people have no talent at all. I can't activate the bloodline one by one. But Thea was like a sly little fox. If a child is born on this continent, there's a high chance that he or she will have magic talent. If those rich and powerful people don't want their descendants to lose at the starting line, they must migrate to this continent. They will naturally bring all kinds of advanced equipment, personnel, and guards. Chapter 698. What you're doing will destroy the current order on Earth. Have you thought about the consequences if people with superpowers start to spread? Batman, who was not far from them and had been secretly observing her, strongly objected. Thea's expression did not change. She had expected Batman's objection. In fact, she had been thinking about bringing magic to humans for a few days. Humans were different from the new gods. The new gods had lofty goals and were willing to sacrifice their lives for them. However, the people on Earth, who lacked respect and spiritual sustenance, could only chuckle. The spread of magic would definitely cause a lot of negative news. The conflict between the people on Earth and the people on the New World, as well as the conflict between the people who controlled magic and the government, would definitely break the existing hierarchy and add a new group of people who might even become the ruling class. She could block the magic on this continent from the source. Not even a high-level mage would be able to absorb any magic under her blockade, let alone a newborn. However, after thinking about it, she gave up on the idea. The descendants of those with power and influence would reach new heights, and the descendants of those with more power and influence would also have the opportunity to do so. Overall, it was still fair. In order to attract those in power and influence to come to the new world with all their belongings, she had to open up magic. The temptation of magic was simply irresistible to them. They would come even if they knew that they would have to risk everything. Bruce, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I'm not worried? My mother and brother might be hurt because of this. Likewise, I don't wish for extraordinary powers to spread, but it would take at least 10 years or even 20 years for the scenes you're anticipating to happen. I don't have the energy to consider what might happen so far in the future. We only have half a year or less. If Earth doesn't unite all the forces that can be united, the 7 billion people will be reduced to 80 million. Wouldn't that be even more unacceptable? What do you think we should do? Mobilize the forces of democracy to fight against Darkseid? Let the parliament vote on what superheroes should use in the final battle against the enemy. The minority must know that there are benefits to be gained from this. Only then will they mobilize all their forces to do this. There's no reason to reason with them. Everything is for profit, Thea said sarcastically. Just yesterday, some people in the Pentagon proposed to build a base on Mars. A base? How laughable. They wanted to run, but my mother suppressed them. Batman was at a loss for words. No matter how resourceful he was, he couldn't jump out of this vicious circle. He was over 40 years old and had long passed the age of hot-bloodedness. He had seen too much of the faces of those in power. Thea continued, I'll be the first to die. Superman will die. It's hard for you to say. If we're all gone, perhaps the children born here in the past 6 months will be the main force of resistance in the future. She didn't care if Batman agreed or not. The early stage of the immigration work used holographic simulation as an excuse, but people nowadays aren't stupid. I estimate that the truth will be revealed in a month. I need the media controlled by Wayne Group to cooperate with the publicity. Batman looked at her strangely. Did I promise you that? I'm not your secretary. Thea's next words infuriated him. This is the government's intention. If you need, my mother can also sign the presidential decree. Is the government run by your family? Batman choked back a mouthful of blood and resisted the urge to ask. If the government gave the order, there was nothing he could do. Thea snorted with her beautiful nose. To deal with a wealthy man like Batman, the government's order was more effective than legendary magic. Late at night, the two girls were lying in bed. Diana asked in disbelief, "Wasn't what you told Batman during the day too pessimistic?" "I think Heavenly Father is unimaginably powerful. Even he can't resist Darkseid?" Thea buried her head in Diana's arms. It felt good to be soft. After becoming a god, Diana began to develop in the direction of smoothness, softness, and whiteness. Plus, she was one size bigger than Thea. The comfort was indescribable. Sigh. You only see Heavenly Father's power. You don't see how sinister Darkseid is. Heavenly Father is too law-abiding. We can't place all our hopes on him. Thea sighed and pinched one of her cherries. Diana was a little annoyed that Thea was fooling around at such a serious time. She clawed at Thea with her left hand. The eldest miss, who had been sneakily attacked, couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Our divine power recovers too slowly. I don't think my combat strength has improved by much. Diana slapped Thea's hand away. Thea restrained herself a little and said a little dispiritedly, "It can't be helped. After resting for a few days, I can recover my magic power by absorbing the fine elements in the air. Divine power is different from magic power. The recovery of divine power is notoriously slow. That's why the new gods rested for 80 to 80 years after a battle. Their divine power recovers slowly. That's why Darkseid didn't wait for his full recovery to launch a surprise attack. He has many deity thrones, so his divine power recovers faster than mine. Even if he uses his clone, he has a high chance of winning. That's his real goal." Thea had thought it through. However, the evil lord's plan was an open one. She had to accept it. Heavenly Father had given her the deity thrones as a reward and to help her recover faster. With the 4 deity thrones, Diana, Superman, and the Martian Manhunter as her helpers, she could barely fight Darkseid's clone. Sensing that her lover was not in a good mood, Diana's jade-like fingers caressed her chest, down her smooth belly, to her round belly button, and down. To hell with Darkseid. Thea held Diana's chin with one hand and kissed her directly, attacking the enemy's weakness. Her other hand did not show any signs of weakness and counterattacked. "How confident are you that you can beat me?" Diana's eyes were filled with lust. 50-50, I guess. Only the two goddesses knew if they had a 50-50 chance of winning the battle. At daybreak, Diana went to practice her martial arts. Her divine power was growing very slowly. She had to familiarize herself with every change in her body with the deity thrones. Thea sat in her office and sighed. She had a bunch of deity thrones, each with a different focus. Some added dexterity, some added intelligence, and some added wisdom, but none added stamina. After a night of fighting, her 4 deity thrones could not hold up against Diana's 2 deity thrones. This was unbearable. However, at a certain point in the battle, she suddenly thought of a new use for the deity thrones. Earth could not cultivate any sorcerers now. There were no spellbreakers or soul walkers. But she could cultivate a bard. The entertainment industry here was so developed. Artists were everywhere on the streets. Just a few of them could learn in the new world and display their professional abilities. Singing songs, playing drums, writing characters, and so on in battle could increase their combat strength by a lot. However, she could not be relied on for early, middle, or even later work. Firstly, she would be busy. Secondly, it would not look good on her. Thea quickly wrote down her request on a note. Then, she called her secretary over and handed her the note. "Arrange for all the film companies, entertainment companies, and management companies under my name to choose the candidates according to my requirements. The secretary looked at the note and was a little confused. I can understand that you want Hollywood stars, but you want San Fernando Valley stars too? Chapter 699. Why not? Maybe there are talents in San Fernando. You know the danger Earth is facing. Thea looked at the secretary. She was one of the few people in the group who knew about the invasion of evil forces. Then she thought for a while. In order not to damage my reputation as a superhero, I'll do it in the name of President Felicity Smokey. Who knows where she went with Ray Palmer? Even though she had helped Luther deal with countless troubles, the secretary still felt that the note in her hand weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Her steps were a little shaky. She felt refreshed after leaving the big trouble to her subordinates. But she still needed to think about the training. As the goddess of art, her artistic attribute was maxed out. Diana had already, to be exact, last night, said that her every frown and smile was full of artistic charm. But she really didn't have the time to teach actors, singers, and artists. Thea couldn't pull a bard from the new Protoss to teach them on the spot. She could only train a teacher from the existing mages on Earth. The problem of choosing a teacher was a little difficult. After all, their own mages were well trained. Changing to a bard was a bit of a hassle. A few of her subordinates were directly let go. Changing classes wasn't enough. The person had to have an aura that could suppress a group of stars. Most importantly, the person had to be thick-skinned and didn't care about the criticism of the world. There seemed to be someone who was very suitable. With a simple divination spell, Thea quickly found her target, Constantine. Nicknamed Slag Kong, he was thick-skinned, strong, smart, and scheming. Most importantly, although this guy looked sloppy on the outside, he was actually very good at looking at the big picture. She snapped her fingers with her left hand, and a sky-blue light flashed. Constantine, who was thousands of miles away from the metropolis, flashed twice. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, his caution didn't last for a second. Similar to how the ghost teleported Thea, it didn't take much effort for her to teleport these ordinary mages. Constantine's reaction was lightning fast. He quickly looked around the surroundings. When he saw Thea, he looked a little angry, but he hid it quickly and used exaggerated British royal movements to hide his thoughts. "Oh, Your Majesty, may I know what order you have for me?" Thea ignored his joke and said in a heavy tone, "John Constantine, do you know that Earth is about to face a catastrophe?" She couldn't remember how many times she had told Darkseid's story to anyone. Constantine replied with a perfunctory smile. Thea continued, "I know your motto. Magic is magic, and mundane is mundane. But Constantine, there is no boundary between magic and mundane in front of the evil lord. Your attainments in magic are not bad, and can even be considered one of the best in this world, but in front of the evil lord, you are just a strong ant." Hee hee. Constantine lowered his head and chuckled. He conjured up a dirty chair with his magic and sat down on it. "Your words are vague, and you haven't completely explained the sequence of events. Why would such a powerful villain target Earth? Is it you or is it you? Is it attracted by superheroes who are fighting for justice everywhere?" Thea avoided the topic. "Don't dirty my office." As she spoke, she blew a breath. She didn't cast a spell, nor did she recite any incantations. It was just a gentle breeze, and Constantine's chair reverted to its most primitive form of magic. Their understanding of magic was on completely different levels. Constantine stopped smiling. He took out a small knife with his left hand and quickly slashed it with his right hand. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't exceed the limits of an ordinary person. In Thea's eyes, it was almost like he was moving in slow motion. Blood sacrifice? You really won't stop until you dirty my office. Fine, let's talk somewhere else. She didn't want to leave a big pool of blood in her office. It looked dirty. She directly teleported Constantine to the new world. That's enough. There's a shortage of water here. If you want to water the land, you can start now. Thea spread her hands, indicating that Constantine should start his performance. Constantine was not an idiot. He wouldn't be willing to sacrifice blood if it was useless. Faced with Thea's teleportation, there was really nothing he could do. No matter how many skills he had, it was useless if they were not of good quality. The sluggishness of teleportation soon disappeared. As usual, he first looked around and immediately noticed the problem. The magic here? Thea was already prepared for his keenness. If I say that I opened up this continent with magic, you probably won't believe me. I don't need to prove anything to you. I just want to say that the age of magic for human beings is coming again, whether you support it or not. Opened up with magic? Constantine's first reaction was disbelief. T. Even if he observed this continent with magic, he couldn't see the end of it. He didn't think that there was such a big gap between them. This wasn't magic at all. He took out a cigarette of unknown brand and lit it. He took a light puff and pressed his forehead with his left hand. In less than a minute, he sorted out the connection. Why did you ask me to come here? I'm not going to participate in your superheroes' fight against bad guys. Thea sorted out all her ideas about bards, training methods, and spells from low to high level. She turned them into a ball of light and threw it to Constantine. Of course, as a jack of all trades, the high-level spells of bards were only above the middle level among the mages. Benefiting from the good reputation of superheroes, Constantine hesitated for a moment and then checked with his own spiritual power. He didn't care about the bard's low-level spells. He just felt that the bard's method of casting spells with beautiful voices was a bit like speaking spirits. However, in front of the bard's high-level spells, he finally changed his expression. He couldn't cast these spells. Under his playful appearance, Constantine was a person who respected knowledge. The more he was like this, the more precious this ball of light was. Thea not only described the casting process in detail, but also simplified it to a certain extent. If he had enough time to study a few advanced spells, he believed that he could cast them even without singing. However, ideas were priceless. Many scientific studies lacked ideas. After a brief glance, Constantine felt that many problems that had troubled him for a long time seemed to have found new solutions. However, he was even more confused now. Why did Thea give him this knowledge? He chose to ask the question directly. Your knowledge is 100 times better than mine. It's useless to ask me to help you if you can't defeat the enemy. How can I help you? Constantine really didn't think that he could help. Thea had money and power. The only advantage he had now was that she was 100 times better than him. You can't be thinking of investigating someone just because I'm a private investigator, right? Chapter 700. Of course, Thea wouldn't say that she was afraid of losing her reputation, so she took a liking to Constantine's shamelessness. She cleared her throat. I need to do a lot of preparation work, strengthen myself, coordinate allies, and arrange the battlefield. I need you to be a teacher for a period of time and teach this knowledge to the students. Constantine didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had done countless jobs, such as carrying sacks at the dock, serving dishes at the bar, and even went to many strange places because of his sexual orientation. But a teacher? This was his first time doing something like this. He pointed to his nose. Me? What do I teach? Thea didn't say anything. She just wanted to teach him this. You want me to learn first to teach? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Who should I teach? This knowledge wasn't difficult for Constantine. Constantine's status in the magic world was very similar to Batman, who had learned 127 kinds of martial arts. He had dabbled in all the schools of magic in the world, but limited by the total amount of magic, he couldn't exert too much power. Thea summarized the bard's inheritance in simple terms, which was only slightly more difficult than the fool's version. Constantine didn't have any problem learning it. Western magic, Eastern magic, divination, astrology, blood sacrifice, witchcraft, he had learned dozens of schools of magic. One more school of magic wouldn't affect him. Thea said with an enigmatic smile, your students are all elites. I'll let Midnight inform you later. After that, she directly teleported away. Constantine could kill his way back to heaven and hell, so he had to find a way to go back. Why is she smiling so strangely? Could it be that I know these students? Constantine didn't rush back. He slowly finished his cigarette and sank his mind into the spiritual light again. From it, he carefully understood Thea's understanding of magic. This was the real valuable thing. Thea only mentioned the coming of the magic era to Moira. If she told the higher-ups with great fanfare, they would definitely not believe it. Thea didn't expect to solve this through official channels. She began to quietly release information in the underground world that she had controlled for 2 years. I heard that the newborn of the new world has extraordinary power. Where is the new world? Lowlife, you don't even know about the new world. Leave the group. All kinds of rumors began to spread in secret. The underground world was surging like a storm. Torture, interrogation, betrayal, and counter-betrayal. More and more news began to spread from a certain level. Human psychology was just that strange. If you told them openly, they wouldn't believe it at all. But with the help of rumors, true or false, they would instead believe the news that they had painstakingly obtained. At first, people still had some doubts about the new world. How could it be possible? Are you kidding me? Columbus had been dead for 500 years. How could he have discovered a new continent? However, as several soldiers who were fooled by the holographic simulation game began to tell their stories on social media, more and more people realized that some changes seemed to have occurred in the world that they didn't know about. While the ordinary people were still confused, several families in power had sent their people who were nearing the end of their pregnancy to the new world. Of course, the Quinn family was now a member of this class. 14 newborns, one of them was born with a small magic vortex because of the effect of magic power. Thea's explanation for this was that she had been in the new world for too short a time. If she could stay here from conception to delivery, the probability of the baby having magic talent would be doubled. This made the families burst out with unimaginable enthusiasm. Extraordinary power. They didn't know anything about magic. They only knew that a new kind of power had come to the world. As for killing the fertility of ordinary people, the child in the new world must be one of them. This was just a thought. Times had changed, and ordinary people were not fools. These families had been out of the sight of ordinary people for a long time. This kind of agreement between the ruling families could only be a piece of scrap paper. In addition, there were all kinds of internal conflicts and interests disputes. It was possible that they would follow the agreement and create a baby behind closed doors, while their sworn enemies would secretly open the door to civilian births. 10 or 20 years later, they would crush them with numbers. No one was a fool. They couldn't stop them, so they could only rope them in. Thea had already sorted out the connections. As long as she was still alive, the foundation of the Quinn family was unbreakable. As for the remaining people, as long as they didn't cause trouble for her, she could beat them up. Although these people were just wasting rice and noodles in her eyes, they had controlled the lifeline of the world for many years. The collective energy burst out of them was still a strong signal to the vague middle class. In order to please Thea, they also contributed the art resources in their hands. Although they didn't say it explicitly, the implication was that she could take these people to do biochemical experiments. They were all yours. This made Felicity, who had just returned from a trip, confused when she saw the stars sitting in her living room with flattering smiles. When did I become the king of Hollywood? Why didn't I know? She hurriedly called her friend Thea, but the phone was hung up. Miss Felicity, the former hacker, still had an absurd illusion. Her new boyfriend, the big clown Ray Palmer, was also secretly observing the stars that he had only seen in movies. It was true that they were both virtuous and artistic. When they put on the clothes, he almost didn't recognize them. What was this? This was acting. Seeing the two clowns looking at them like they were looking at rare animals, the crowd didn't dare to say anything. Instead, they put on a respectful smile. They had rushed back from all over the world because they had received all kinds of strict notices. They had to come unless they didn't want to live anymore. A few of them were ready to fight back, but they were forcefully suppressed. Seeing the outcome of those who stood out, the crowd came to report to Felicity with an expression as if they were going to the execution ground.